Asante sana, nachukua fursa, tuendelee kusimama. Nachukua fursa hii kumkaribisha Daktari Otieno aweze kutufungulia kwa maombi. Karibu Daktari Evans Otieno.
Let's believe and pray. Father, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we want to thank you because of this morning. We want to thank you for the gift of life. Father, Lord, we commit the activities of this day. We commit the presenters in your mighty hand, the facilitators, on everybody, King of Glory, that is concerned with this day. Father, we commit our country in your mighty hands, and we will pray for those in authority. We pray this prayer, trusting and believing in your holy name. Amen.
Tunaweza kuketi, we can sit down. Thank you, Dr. Evans Otieno, for the opening prayer. I take this particular opportunity to welcome Dr. Agnes Kavo, our rapporteur, to give us the recap of yesterday's presentation discussion. Welcome, Dr. Agnes.
I hope you had a good night in this other side of Kenya. We are not used to this kind of heat, but yesterday, starting from our guest of honor, Professor Michieka Ratemo, who Namibia, University of Namibia, and many others that are established in dry lands, some in semi-deserts and deserts, but they have been able to tailor-make. That we learned from those presentations is that the future in climate resilience lies in indigenous practices and locally led innovations. One of them had several presenters. One of them talked about pay-go, and also pay for the resources as they benefit from the installations. We also had a presentation from TUPA and management, which is a very crucial role to enhance and decisions on the management or the resilience of that community in terms of water management. So data-led decisions is very important. That, I think, marked the end of our main hall sessions. And all in all, in our understanding of what locally led indigenous innovations can do to transform the communities in the dry.
Our guest, CEO Mark Ogendo, our Deputy Principal Real, Professor Peter Edome, keynote speaker, our keynote speaker, Professor Chinedam from Nigeria, our Jeep Chinedam from Nigeria. After that, we shall inform you what to do next. Let us welcome him with a round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director, Dr. Garivasho Miriti. Our guest speaker of today, Mr. Mark, the keynote speaker, the Professor Chinedum Nwajuma is on the online. Then our distinguished guest, our esteemed scholars and researchers who are present here. Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Salaam alaikum. Then let me now greet you with the local one here. I know Dr. Abisaki Olo, since she's a linguist, We can use the local language here. They say, a joker, a joke. It's just as simple. A joker, a joke. Okay? Yes, it's a local language on how to greet people. Yeah, let me hope that you had a very good night. You slept well, where you are able to at least to put your small head and cover yourself for another beautiful and wonderful day, being the second day of our conference here. And I think you must have interacted with the environment. We normally say as scientists, when you are in a new environment, you do what you call scanning. You scan the environment. After scanning, then you acclimatize, what we call acclimatization. So let me hope that the night you had a very hot temperatures. Odwa is very hot. So without taking too much time, let me just go straight to our keynote speaker, just giving a biography of Professor Chinedum Nwajuma, who is a professor. He became a professor since October 2004. Professor Chinedum holds a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in 1986 and a Master's from the same University of Nigeria in the same field, and a PhD from the University of Hohenheim in Germany. He obtained it in 1994. He studied with a German government DAD scholarship and he has several been a DAD fellow, a member of several universities in Germany. He also holds a master's in development economics from Imo State University, Owerri, in 2007. His area of interest include resource and environmental economics, as well as climate change economics. Professor Chinedum was a vice chancellor. Was also a vice chancellor. Alex Kwime Federal University, Ebonyi State. He was also a pro chancellor in the Federal University of Zuru, Kebbi State in Nigeria. Professor has been also a visiting scholar at the National Universities Commission in Abuja between 2021 and 2024. Professor Chinedum has served on National Universities Ranking Committee. He also served as on the Tertiary Education Trust Fund Committee on the National Research Fund and Monitoring, just like NRF in Kenya here. He also served on the Joint Admission called JAMP, Joint Admission Matriculation Board Committee on Infraction in 2025. Currently, Professor is the chairman of the board of the West Africa Science Service Center on Climate Change and Adapted Land Use, called WASCAL, in Accra, Ghana, affiliated to Bonn in Germany, on which is also representing Nigeria. Professor Chinedum has also served as a member of the board of the National Agricultural Seeds Council, a federal government parastatal. He has also served as a resource person at the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice and Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. He has also served as an executive director of the Nigerian Environmental Study Action Team, Ibadan. He was also a project coordinator of the Building Nigeria Response to Climate Change, a CEDA-funded initiative collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Environment in Nigeria in developing the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan of Action on Climate Change in Nigeria. He has been on the federal government term of negotiation for the Conference of Parties. He is currently the chair of the board of the Nigeria Environmental Study Action Team. This is what, and he has a lot of similarity with Professor Ratemo Micheka. The conference, Turkana University College. Welcome, Professor. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Professor, are you able to hear us from this end?
Can you hear me?
Are you getting us?
Hello?
Professor Chinedu,
Can you hear me?
are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you on some other little system, my phone, but not
Professor
the laptop.
Chinedu,
Yeah, I can hear you.
are
I'm
you
hearing you
able
clearly here.
to get us?
Yes. In that
I'm
case,
hearing you
We're not
clearly in
getting
Norway.
you.
can you then, Dr. Jerry, can you
Professor
project
Chinedu,
it from
we
Nairobi
are
then?
not
Yes.
getting you.
I can hear you.
Kindly check your audio.
Can you hear me? What's why for this?
Professor,
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
Are you getting up?
Oh my God.
Yes, bro.
My connection to Nairobi.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Prof.
Okay. If you can hear me in Nairobi, hey, I'm actually speaking from Conakry, Guinea. I'm not in Nigeria.
But we can
Hello?
hear you in Nigeria. I don't know
Yeah,
what is the problem.
I'm in Conakry. I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in Guinea, Conakry. Let's try the rest this time again. This was what? Ah.
My network is very. But today they are posting it. I don't know what is.
Professor Chinedu, kindly proceed with your presentation. To EAS. Professor Chinedu, I think we will get back to you later. Let us now.
Internet issue, so that we proceed with the other guests. Professor, maybe we'll give you time as we sort out the internet connectivity issue. We will come back to you later. We would like to proceed with the other guest speaker who is present with us here in the interest of time. Our delegates and scholars and researchers present, this morning we are privileged to have one of our guests who has traveled all the way from Nairobi, from Kenya Utalii College, to be part and parcel of this powerful conference today here. And our guest speaker, I want to give a short or a brief biography of our speaker, Mark Rachonyo Ogendi, before I give him the podium to proceed. Mark Rachonyo Ogendi is a hospitality strategy and advisor professional with a span of 20 years in leadership and consulting experience across MICE development, destination strategy, healthcare, hospitality, integration, and institutional transformation in East. On the Nairobi 365 MICE and Safari strategy in collaboration with Kenyatta International Convention Center, and contributed the development of the Bombers International Convention Center strategy through Kenya's Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, among other initiatives. Mark currently serves as the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, and Principal of Kenya Utalii College, while continuing to lead hospitality advisory assignments across all sectors of our economy. Mark holds a master's in management and organizational development and a Bachelor of Science in hotel and restaurant management from United States International University, USIU in Africa. He has MBA in strategic marketing from Catholic University. He has also the third master's, a Master of Science in hospitality and tourism management from Kenyatta University, and a PhD in strategic management at the University of Nairobi. Dr. Mark Rachonyo Ogendi He has been in the leadership, administrative positions. He has been a dean of students. He has been a director for linkages and partnership, just the same position our director holds here. He has been a director for grants, endowment, and scholarship. And also he has been a lecturer for hospitality and tourism management in Kenya and Rwanda. Mr. Mark, or Dr. Mark, is affiliated to many professional bodies, and we are privileged to have him here to be our guest speaker for the 6th International Multidisciplinary Conference for Turkana University. It is now my humble pleasure to welcome Dr. Mark Rachonyo Ogendi to come and give his keynote address. Can we clap for Dr. Mark? Hiyo makofi inatosha. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you, DVC. Distinguished participants brought over from all parts of this country, I believe that you can be able to hear me well, especially the last man standing at the back. Are you able to hear me well? Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Miriti, for inviting me to come to this place this morning. And I also want to appreciate Turkana University because of what you have been able to do. I have seen my former colleagues here. This was not Turkana University at the point of inception. So those who worked with me at Mount Kenya University, can I see them if they are still here? If I would still remember, it's Waudo. Waudo, just stand. Can you mention any other person who was with us many years ago? All these people are new. And actually, they don't know the history. Is that right? And I'm grateful that you are still here. Ladies and gentlemen, please just clap for him. You know, sometimes you may not see the value of a person unless he exists. Is that right? Many years ago, when, let me start from here. We started this university. It was a campus of Mount Kenya University, and we are calling it Lodwar campus. I can't recall the years, but I remember some of the most prominent people that we were with at that time was Felix Sialo, who was the first coordinator of Mount Kenya University campus in one of the buildings in town. I can't recall exactly where it was. I remember when we used to come here with Fly 540, the airport was full of dust. But today, when I came from Kenya to Lodwar, I saw a different thing. So when we started talking about devolution, people didn't see the sense in what we were looking at. Many people didn't see the sense that devolution could deliver the tarmac we are seeing today. Devolution could deliver people from JKUAT, KU, Tharaka Nithi to come to Lodwar and have a conference. Today you are here courtesy of the good things that devolution has done. Is that right? But that time when we were talking about devolution, people were saying, Majimbo, 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 atutaki. And that is why we say, some of the architects of devolution, some of them have rested, like the late Raila Amolo Odinga. Some of them have rested, people who championed, the late Odhiambo Mbai. Some of them are still alive. And this is what we need to do. We need to champion more the interest of devolution so that Lodwar in the next 10 years will be a completely different city. Turkana County in the next 15 years will be a completely different area, and anybody else can come to Kenya and can come to this place and work peacefully. That is the dream we are having. Having said that, and also with the knowledge that I am leading the best hotel school in Africa and in the region. And I'm sure many of you have just seen Utali Hotel and they don't know where the college is. For those who have been able to pass through the college, in most cases, these are scientists, and you may not be able to have passed through Kenya Utali College. Is there anyone who had passed through Kenya Utali College who is here? Nobody. Imagine, in a whole conference like this, nobody. Then it tells you there is something that you miss in your life. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome a few of you to Kenya Utali College and experience the trainings that we have. I want to say, I don't know, just go very fast. I may not want to. We are at the verge of transforming that institution. And before I take a snapshot of everything that we work on, I just want to remind you that where you are standing today might be a different position in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years to come. So you stand an opportunity to achieve what you want to get in future, having sat today in this particular conference. I am here, but with the knowledge that 2 days ago, my permanent secretary for tourism was transferred to basic education, and this time between 10 and 11, we are having a handover ceremony in the PS office, and I chose to come and stay with you this day and maybe share one friend that mentored me a lot, and a good friend of mine, Dr. Julius Kipngetich. On Monday, last week, was speaking at a conference where I was attending in Mombasa. And he told us something that is very important that I need each and every one of you getting me to pick. He said, great institutions are not built by charisma alone. Great institutions are not built by charisma alone. They are built by, number one, values. Say values. Number two, systems. Say systems. Number three, people. Say people. And finally, disciplined leadership, my colleagues. Great institutions are not built by charisma alone. They are built by values, systems, people, and disciplined leadership. Where do you fall as a person sitting here this morning? He went on to say, looking at the tourism aspect, that 2.7 million, the number of international arrivals we received a few years ago, and the global tourist arrival, which is 1.52 billion, and then the amount of money that we receive in 500 billion in Kenya shillings, and 1.6 million employment is directly involved in tourism. And France, for example, which is not the size of Kenya, received 102 million tourists. Now, when we look at the concept of hospitality and tourism, which I represent on top of my presentation this morning, Africa is number one in source of tourists. and position Kenya, we need to position Kenya as a premier experience destination, and diversification of products is key. Sports and adventure tourism is also an aspect that we can discuss in Kenya to develop where we want to go. As researchers, as mentors, as lecturers, as professors, what are you doing to make a difference in the lives of students that you are mentoring? Are you teaching them the right things that they will remain with forever? Or are you teaching them shortcuts that will affect their lives? An organization becomes an institution when it outlives its founders. Today, we are at Turkana University. We are not at Mount Kenya University, Lodwar campus that we knew many years ago. It remains relevant across generations. An institution like this will remain relevant across generations. It withstands crisis and disruption. Yes, 2020, 2019, we were talking about coronavirus, COVID-19. Today, in 2026, we are talking about Ebola affecting DRC, part of Uganda, and also fearing that it might get to Tanzania, Burundi, Kenya, and that will bring a shutdown. It consistently delivers value to stakeholders and preserves trust and legitimacy. An institution like this one, and where you came from, is meant to preserve trust and legitimacy. Meaning, when you leave this institution, there should be some trust built out of your contribution and then legitimacy. I also want to run with you, my colleagues. For the last 3 years or 5 years, we have been stable as a nation. But we are not so sure that in 2027, you are going to sit in August in the same room to discuss about the progress of our nation, because we have already started fearing that the general election is coming in August 10th, and you are not sure that it will be peaceful or it will be bad, and we will affect the leadership or the contribution that we expect to have here as a nation. My colleagues, what are you doing about the banning of schools that is happening today? Or it has not come to your doorsteps, so you have no problem about it. You have no problem about it. When it goes to, you are the people who are parents, you are the people who are also leaders in churches, you are the people who are also mentors, you are the people who can guide institutions. Today you think you are sitting on this side. In the next few weeks, you will be sitting on this side as a speaker. Today you are presenting just as an ordinary lecturer. Tomorrow you will be presenting as a vice chancellor somewhere. Today you are sitting here taking water because that is the right thing to do. In the next few years, you will be elected as an MCA, a CEC member, a governor, deputy governor, member of parliament, and you'll be leading a nation. What are you looking for? Are you looking for wealth? Are you looking for stability of the nation? Are you looking for sustainability? Resilience among Kenyans is something we can't talk about. We have seen it. The people of Turkana County have seen it for so many years. They are still standing strong as where we found the origin of mankind. Resilience. As professors, as lecturers, as people, as students, as presenters who have come from different areas, where do you stand when you are here? Leadership versus management. Enduring institutions require both leadership, which provides the vision. The leadership provides the vision, and the management provides the discipline. So where do you fall as participants in this great conference? I want to tell you, when you visit a church or you visit a function somewhere, you need to learn at least one thing that will change the narrative in your organization. An organization can only succeed when we have the right leadership and the right management skills. And that is where I fall in. Now, for you to achieve that as a participant who is lucky to listen today, you need to look at some of the pillars. Pillar number 1 is the purpose before profit. Do you have a purpose or you are looking for profit? Where do you stand? Pillar number 2, values as the foundation of a successful institution today and anywhere. So pillar number 2 is about values as the foundation of any successful institution. Before you do anything, you need to check on the values of that particular institution. And then pillar number 3 is about building strong systems within the organizations where you stand, ladies and gentlemen. The systems where you work, are they working, or you are part of the challenge that brings problems to the institution you're working in? Pillar number 4, the people and culture. What is the culture that you want to face in an organization that you're working in? Pillar number 5 is about governance and accountability. Today, you think the responsibility of managing this institution lies in the hands of the vice chancellor or the principal and the deputy principals and the heads of departments or chairmen of various areas. Where do you stand as a person? The true measure of leadership is not what we achieve during our tenure, but what continues to flourish long after we are gone. And I want to tell you, save for these young people from KMTC, in the next 10 years or next 20 years, none of you will be standing men and women that I am here as a lecturer or as a professor or as anything. Why? You will have vacated the scene and you will be outside somewhere. We need to be ready to be somewhere, and you need to leave a legacy where you stand. Allow me to say something. When a prof read my bio, he did not tell you the truth about this person speaking in front of you. In 1993, I finished KCSE at Kanga High School in Rongo, Migori County. That time it was just a small, but it was a very nice school. My dream was to go to Starehe Boys Center, but unfortunately, I didn't fill the yellow form. There was a yellow form which you were supposed to fill for you to go to Starehe Boys Center. That was my dream school. I didn't go. I didn't fill it, and I didn't go. Now, one gentleman who was a minister then, we went with my sister, so I was called to go to Moi University. And then this gentleman, when we were going to look for school fees, he was a minister. The late Honorable Dalmas Sutiena Nyango. He was a member of parliament and a minister from Rongo. He was minister for transport and telecommunication that time. He told my sister that this boy cannot go to Moi. We don't have a hotel manager from the Greater South Nyanza region. If you have, tell me. I didn't even know what I was going to do. What did he say? This boy, we are taking him to Kenya Utalii College. I said, now, all my colleagues are going to Moi University, University of Nairobi. I said, no, what do you mean? We are taking this boy to Kenya Utalii College, and that is it. And he wrote, there used to be a complimentary slip from the desk of Honorable Dalmas Otiena Nyango, EGH, Member of Parliament, I don't know, Minister for Transport and Telecommunication, to Honorable Noah Katanangala, Minister for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Please, as per our conversation, admit. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what changed my life. When I went to Kenya Utalii College, I was going to do hotel and restaurant management. And I was told that could only take 25 that time, in 1995. Then we were told, can you choose between food production and front office and housekeeping and laundry? I chose what I didn't know. I chose front office operations. So in 1997, 22nd September 1997, at the graduation square, I graduated with a certificate in front office operation. The chief guest in that graduation was Honorable Shadrach Manga, EGH, he was the Assistant Minister for Tourism and Wildlife and National Heritage in 1997. Same month, I was employed at Hilton Hotel. Same month at Kenya Airways. Same month, I was employed at Nyali Beach. Same month, I was employed at Safari Park Hotel. What did I do? I chose Hilton because the 5 of us were going to be trained within the city center, and I would leave Hilton, get to Zanzibar, 5th floor, and dance the whole night, go back to Hilton and stay there. And that is what made us to choose Hilton as a young boy. After that, after training, Hilton took me to Hilton Abu Dhabi for training, 3 months. When I came back, after leaving Hilton Abu Dhabi, I came back, and I had a different angle of working because I'd taken a flight, I'd come back. Now, what did I do? I went to show my friends at Nyali Beach that I am now working at Hilton in Nairobi because I trained at Nyali Beach in Mombasa under block hotels for my training. When you go for training, young men and women, take charge, be strong, remain disciplined. That might be your future employer. When I went to Nyali Beach just to say hi in Mombasa, the trainer, some old man, saw me and he said, "We trained you, we gave you a job, you did not take it, come to my office." When I went to his office, he was the front office manager. This gentleman called Mohammed Hersi was also a trainee manager. Joseph Lelenku was also a trainee ahead of me 2-3 years. The guy sat in his office and demanded that the HR be called. They called the HR. And let me tell you, right there and then, I was given an appointment letter by force. I had not even resigned from Hilton, and they told me, "You are given 2 sets of uniforms. Tomorrow you are reporting to the reception. We have a shortage." I am telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I worked for 1 month before I resigned. And when I went back, I came back to Nairobi to come and pick my documents. I was told, "No, you have to work. You have to work in Hilton because you didn't resign." Now look at this dilemma. But I said no. These guys had added me 1,500 shillings on top of my salary. In 1997, I was already earning 13,500 at Hilton, and the hotel staff used to be very high, recognized. So I worked for Nyali Beach, and after some time in 1999, I joined Nairobi Hospital as a management trainee in 1999. That again changed my life. It was not good enough. I worked there for so many years up to 2005. Credibly, as a management trainee, and I became a manager in admissions and discharge, and that is when I saw it fit. Oh, out of this small money, I cannot continue with my education. I went to USIU and did a degree in hotel and restaurant management because that was my dream. And I wanted to fulfill what Dalmas mentored me to say. Whatever you want in life, you can achieve it. None of your colleagues here can stop what you want to do. None of them. They can only stop it for a short time. But It is only God who can stop your destiny. You can get it up to the end, whatever you want. If you are admiring Prof here, one day you will be a professor. If you are admiring the president, one day you can be a president. If you are admiring a minister, one day you can be able to be a minister. Very possible. The only thing you need is good life and commitment. From Nairobi Hospital, I joined the National Museums as a marketing officer for a short time. Then I went to Rwanda after the elections in 2007. I think 2007 briefly, then 2008. Now I went to Rwanda. We set up a university there. I worked there as a lecturer. Out of that, I did an MBA in strategic marketing. I came back to Kenya as the Dean of Students. That's where we were working with Waudo here. I was the Dean of Students at Mount Kenya University. And then I said, no, this is not good enough for me. I went again to Kenyatta University to do masters in hospitality and tourism. That was not enough. I stepped again to USIU and did another master's in management and organizational development. It is not cheap to have that in your mind. Then in 2019, I said, this is still not enough. I joined University of Nairobi to do PhD in strategic management. That was not enough as well. We are still going to school. I want to tell you, young guys, that from 1995 up to today, I am still reading, and you'll never miss 2 books in my car. Whether I'm being driven or I'm driving myself, I have to have a book. When I'm flying, I have to have a book, because I know knowledge will move with me to other places. When I was appointed the CEO and principal of Kenya Utalii College, I found the institution almost closing its doors. Debts, rogue stuff, things that were not working. Every system, people were just looking for small things that they can feed themselves. Everybody was on CRB because the money that was deducted was not big. And I know that is affecting many of you here this morning. And I said, I have to bring dignity to the staff that I am leading. Started by paying small bills, which were possible. I paid one by one. When I'm focused on one, I don't care whether this one is going to take me to court. I just look for one. And I cleared all the utility bills, and I went into banks and SACCOs, started I negotiated with the banks, and I told them, give me time. If you want to take us to court, please go to court. But if you want to listen, please listen. We negotiated, we reached a payment plan, and by December, I received letters and texts from my colleagues, my staff, that, thank you, sir. You have returned dignity in our lives. We can now even go ahead and take M-Shwari, because we were blocked in everything. CRB, everybody had a CRB. None of them could get a job. But as we are talking today, the bridge is very clear that it is possible we can make it. I started an initiative that we used to be a center of excellence in Africa in hospitality and tourism training, which stopped 15 years ago. I took a step. I went to Saudi Arabia in Riyadh at the UN Tourism General Assembly, and I raised up my hand and I said, Kenya Utalii College has to be taken back as a center of excellence in hospitality and tourism management. I pray that it happens. The next thing, I am invited to Zambia to go and present that word that I said in November in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. And truly, last month, I think it was in April, I was in Zambia to the same case. After finishing, I'm told we are going to Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. The Secretary General UN Tourism is going to be there. Please come with your minister and present the same care. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your prayer? What is your goal in life? Are you contented where you are? Who can stay and say, the country is bigger than you and me. This country can last. This morning I was watching a video on social media, And I saw a boy in Migori shouting and saying, I cannot ban a school when I'm still putting on this kind of uniform. You are lying to me. I will not ban a school. I can only say something different, but I cannot ban a school when I'm still the way I am. Can you take charge of this country? Are you able to take charge of the leadership of this country? What do I bring to you? In all your institutions, you can partner with us for training opportunities in hospitality and tourism. You are the one who can access me today. You are the one who can write to me. You are the one who can talk to me. You can bring people there. And I'm happy when Turkana University visited and I hosted them, I told them, we will be able to train your people in hospitality and tourism. New Frontier, you may not know. You are focusing much on your areas. Let me tell you, the new challenge is where people are going to train KMTC students. People are moving and forgetting about degree to go and to KMTC. True or false? Why? Because they are assured that there will be jobs. Today, the cruise ship industry is taking all our good employees in various hotels. And why? To me, as a trainer, I believe that it is possible. You can't tell me whether I'm exporting everyone. One, they are paid more than I'm paid. Number two, they travel across the whole world, which I can't do. Number three, their money is untaxed and sent to their bank until after 9 months. When they come back after 9 months, if you don't lie to them that you are going to build for them a house, they can pick that money, land, buy a house, buy a vehicle, and that will be it. We have opportunities for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at building the future together, it gives you a successful vision that can last you beyond where you are today. It is an opportunity for you as a person to think of the best that you can do. Are you making a step ahead when people are told, apply for positions of PS? You are sitting down. Go and try to be a member of parliament. That's where you can try. But you also say, as a lecturer or as a researcher, sina hiyo pesa mingi ya kutumia. So you step back. When you step back, that opportunity will not come your doors. You will remain where you are forever. Make a step of faith and make a step to move. Make a step and decide that I can do it. There are people who started teaching in primary schools. They went to teach in secondary schools. They went to teach in universities. And they are the people who are leading us today because they made that strength of resilience. I know many of them could be here. Good morning. Maybe I lost you somewhere. Did I lose you? Are we still together? I don't think so. But I like your nose. Say, neighbor, I like your nose. A student who can miss internship opportunity. When I look, because of the networks that I have and have been able to build, but it was built by other people before me. And those people, I recently took 50 students to the best hotel, Sheraton, in Oman. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, they asked me for 100 more students to take there, and 6 lecturers, and US for training in leadership. And fortunately or unfortunately, if you don't trust, I can show you here. And most ones who are active, including myself, will always be on the move. We are setting up, also know we have about 5 lecturers in Ethiopia all the times. We are setting up Burundi, which has not stabilized. We are setting up in Zambia, not because, God bless you.
Factorio, because of the good work he has done. We will reserve questions, and after the second presenter, thank you very much. Let us now usher in Professor Chinedam online.
University and the leadership. And I thank my friend and brother, Joseph Karuka from KU in Nairobi, who've done a lot together. This will happen this morning. I've front-loaded the key message of my presentation, and it says that Africa's dormancy in multiple sectors, in arid and semi-arid parts of the continent. The watering has to be by the intellectual community in Africa to water the dormancy in Africa. So we who are participants of this conference and our peers and associates have this responsibility. That is nutshell is what this presentation. There's a small plant we find in the southern and northern part of Africa that in very dry areas will remain dormant and you could mistake it as dead. But Africa really needs now some form of rebirth, some renewal, and bring it back to life. So now, how is this analogy relevant for evidence? You look at the quantum of researchers and presentation even at this conference. You see the diversity of subjects. So you see a lot of potentials that need to be kinetized. Resources is a form of dormancy that needs to be watered back to life. And Africa's researchers and intellectuals have that responsibility to water back our potentials back to, like in most of the Sahel in West Africa, with all the insecurity spreading. So this conference has a responsibility to begin going beyond publishing papers and finding solutions to some of this and being able to move them to the private sector as well as policymakers. So we have lessons for us as intellectuals to kinetize that. Locally led innovations, well acknowledged, quite effective, indigenous ecological knowledge, no one has it better than we do. So at a conference like this, we also need to acknowledge that the world is getting more complicated with so much uncertainties, so many risks, whether from it brings with insecurity and so on. In a time of accelerating artificial intelligence and robotics, a time of shifting away from emerging renewable energy, with all the uncertainties, these are some of the things that we as intellectuals should be leading in Africa. But African universities need to do a lot more. We need to promotions. We need to raise our rankings. We need to have more potence. We need to extend the frontier of knowledge. And this conference has to empower a new generation of African researchers and innovators. And then you ask which areas, teaches us that what appears dormant may only be waiting for water. And that's our task as scholars, to provide that water, evidence, partnership, financing ideas. Yeah. Thank you.
Tuanzie. Another. Fungua. Thank you, Professor, for the nice. The Deputy Principal, Academic and Student Affairs. We welcome him by one round of applause, please. Kindly request Professor to come and moderate this session where we take very few questions and then we break for tea. Because I have listened for
everybody. I don't know why the director wants to say a few questions, and he knows with me it cannot be few, especially so if you have Daktari from Daktari Mark, and you'll give us some 5 more minutes. We have not even started. 5 more minutes. Very well. Anybody with a question? From this side?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. for your presentation. I believe Utali College. I don't know, maybe for the sake of northern part, as you have gone to, like you've talked about, you coming to Turkana University in specific, and you being plans maybe in terms of maybe collaborations and maybe making MOUs so that we can be able.
Thank you. From your presentation, there's a lot of things we would add that.
Thank you so much. You know, sometimes when you stand in front of people and they're waiting to go take tea, it's like you are blocking them from going to heaven. Is that right? But I want to say that Dr. Benjamin Ross, the response is direct. Yes. Recently, I hosted your staff. I hosted Madam here. I hosted Madam and one of my good friends, Jared Okelo. I know I still have a colleague here. Professor Nyamache was also my colleague many years ago, and among others. So the answer is automatically yes, because it is my ultimate duty to train people in hospitality, tourism, etiquette, protocol, and all that deals with that. Of course, we can do it. This was just the beginning. It is the follow-up of what I had. Number two, because we are the best center of excellence in hospitality and tourism training in Africa, there's no any other. We agreed that we are likely to start something with Turkana University, and I believe that maybe, I'm not so sure, but the draft MOU, the draft MOU was already set in place, and you are going to be our brothers in terms of hospitality training. 100%, no debate. Number three, we also agreed that whatever we are doing out there needs to reach Turkana. If it was for any purpose, I would have not been here today. Because right now, a very important exercise which required me personally is happening in Nairobi. But I had to come here because I said there is something that I have to share with you. Transformational leadership is what each and every person needs to put in his head. Transformation. And I believe in one thing. One man can make a difference. One man can make a difference. Do you believe in that? One man can make a difference. And at the same time, one woman can make a difference. By one man, I refer to what the Bible states. By man, you mean man and woman. One man can make a difference. For those who studied history, how many of you read about Rosa Parks? Rosa Parks? Anybody who read about Rosa Parks? So AI is not, oh yes, very good. One, AI is not helping you. I don't struggle these days because everything is there. So in 1955, Rosa Parks was a tailor, but in English, she was referred to as a seamstress, the lowest cadre of a human being in the United States of America. When the bus stopped, Rosa Parks had gotten into the bus earlier and started at a corner. And when a white man or a white woman comes to the bus, a black man is supposed to stand and leave that seat for the white man. Now, Rosa Parks, one seamstress, one fundi wa nguo, alikataa kusimama na alibaki kuketi, and the bus could not leave until Rosa Parks was removed from the bus for the bus to go, because that there is no African black who was able to sit and a white man standing. So when Rosa Parks refused to stand for a white man, that is what brought the difference. And in 1955, the likes of Martin Luther King Jr., Ralph Abernathy, and that team started Walk to Work. And they were now walking to work and boycotting the bus. That's why you saw it a few years ago. When Ugandans wanted to walk to work, His Excellency President Museveni refused. Because walking to work can create a big change in the lives of a common man. So you can be that one man who will make a difference in Turkana County, in Turkana University, in your local area. How many of you are focused of being mentors of these young learners? As a lecturer, when I was in Rwanda, I was told the do's and don'ts that a lecturer cannot do. You know them? You know them? The do's and don'ts. You cannot extremely socialize with your students. That's a no. Whether they are your age mates or you are above you cannot over-socialize. But you can still relate with them. So if you put that boundary, then you are good to go. You must respect your colleagues, because even if you umewashinda na salary, they are still human beings, and you cannot take care of their families, but they can take care of their families as they are. So you must not use the aspect of slavery that I am above this person and I want to do this. I also want to respond to tell you that in my institution with over 500 staff, I can tell you, I joined Kenya Utalii College on the 1st of April 2025. As it is today, I know virtually all my staff by their two names. I can assure you. I know all my active staff by their two names. And when you turn your tail like this, I will tell you that is so and so. And she works in that department. That one, he works in this department, because it is a commitment that I have made, that I have to know you. When I was the dean of students, I knew the best student on top and the worst student down here. The ones who are thousands in the middle, I don't care about them, because them, they go with the wave of the good ones and the bad ones. So just get to know the ones best at the top and the worst at the bottom here who are troubling you, and then in the middle, you can manage. And that made me very successful. I also used all my colleagues to be my sisters and my good confidants. So whatever we discuss, you have to agree. Is it something you're going to share out, or you're going to stay here? We remain respectful to each other, and we work as a team so that there is no business, monkey business in between. If what you want to do. But if you create any kind of bad business in between, you are gone. Integrity. That is an aspect that has to make an organization to grow. Academic integrity, financial integrity, social integrity, religious integrity. What are you saying? What are you doing? Is it the same as what you are preaching and what you are doing? So transformation is real. I wish you could see. You look at some of those photos, you would see me at the back. Right? That is the ambassador of Turkey. That is Stacy Mudavadi. That is one of my students. Hey, when you happen to be in Nairobi, Madam, I took you to a tour of Utalii. Did you like it? And I can tell you, if you come to Utalii and take a tour one day, you will resign from your institution and come to work in our institution. I am telling you. Because of the vision which is so clear, and despite the financial challenges, I am still able to work on priority areas and get it right. It is not possible for us to work without people like you. That's why they say in success, there is no success without you. Can you pronounce success without the word you? Yeah? So there's no success without the word you. The letter U. So we always say in simple terms, there is no success without. I wanted to share something with you. Okay, those are my good friends, ambassadors. But there was a video I wanted you to share briefly. I shared it. Did you see it? Just one. Oh, I shared it with him. Maybe he didn't get it. Huh? Now, I am telling you here, partnerships is the key to success of an institution and collaboration. This ambassador here, I think you need to show them that. I have it here. I don't know whether you can pick it. One of the things that you have to do as an institution from today, open up your things, open up your mindset, and sort out your groups. You know, if I ask today, you'd be told there are so many people who are so big you can't even get into their offices. Me, my office is a walkthrough. Even students can come into my office. And it is one of the busiest offices in this country. Because every week I have to receive at least 2 ambassadors coming to me. So, I wanted to show you where partnership works well. This one. I have to save. I've sent it to him. So, as he picks on that, I would want to tell you where Turkana University will be in the next 2 years, if you agree with me. And I want to tell you, some of you would get fringe benefits courtesy of where we want to be with you. So I just want to send something here for Julius to share with you. You must be struggling with internet or something, but I believe in one thing. Julius, I'm not seeing your name here. 149? Is it? This one? No. I wanted to show you the power of, okay, sorry. Good. The power of partnerships and collaboration. One day, I hosted a visitor, ambassador of Turkey, and I took a tour with him. The next thing he asked me in the office, what can I do for you? They gave us a donation of a barrister lab worth 15 million Kenya shillings. I didn't pay a coin. There was a Chan. Did you get it? Chan wanted a sports ground to train during Chan matches. And I said, yes, I have a sports ground. Please come and do whatever you can do. They did a nice sports ground for me. AFCON came. We are looking for a training ground. And I told them, yes, it is possible. I can give you. So what are you doing about Turkana University as a person? Are you selfish because you are the one who should go for conferences? Are you open to mentor people? Are you able to call a group of 5 people and put them together, do one collective research or proposal and send? Or you are one who wants to be everything? Let me tell you, in my office every day, I have almost 5 invitations for international trips I can't fulfill. I dish out to my colleagues. And I choose 1 or 2 to attend. So, it tells you that if I wanted to do everything, do you know nobody can stop me? I'm the CEO. I am the one signing. Is that right? But it is not only me. It is about everybody. Not able to play? It's about everybody. At the end of the year, how many of you shall have traveled to Nairobi or shall have traveled to Kenya? How many of you shall have written something with Kenya Utalii College because we have the potential, we may not have the right research areas that you're looking at? How many of you are able to pick sports tourism and say, we are doing it with Kenya Utalii College? How many of you are ready to pick heritage tourism and say, we are doing it with college, and you get the benefits? How many of you are able to look at the cultural tourism and say, we are doing it? How many of you are going to look at agri-tourism and say, we are doing it with Kenya Utalii College? 55% support, the institution will only provide 15%. 15% can only be on a feasibility study cost or even provision of sufficient land, and they will come and they are saying, because them they're everywhere. The hospitals are cool as anything, as State House. They're not struggling with them. They're already there. Everything is done. So what I'm saying is very simple. Do we agree at the end of this conference that we are going to achieve some objectives, or it's just going to be the normal conference that we set objectives, we have fulfilled our targets? Me, I have very tough targets. Number one, I must motivate my staff. Number two, I must train at least 2,000 industry players. I trained 2,200, and I'm sure I gave opportunity to Turkana University for their participants. And I'm also hosting some of your staff in Kenya Utalii College because I still believe I am the best. And I will host them. Number three, I have to train all hotel managers on management trends, the new things. I have to get professors from South Africa, from Canada, from the US to talk to my people every time. If you want to be in the bandwagon, join us. If you want to be part of that successful story, join us. But if you want to remain because you are contented in Turkana, please remain at the corner and we will not touch you. We will cover you very well, and at the end of the year, we will know that you existed, but you contributed nothing to your institution and to the institutions that you want to give. Thank you so much. I can hand it. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Professor Atemo Micheka was giving funds, grants to teachers some 15 years ago. I was young and beautiful. You may not remember me now, I'm a bit ugly. The problem is that Turkana is about 680 kilometers from the center, if the center has to be Nairobi. And then you look at Utalii as opposed to Turkana University College, in terms of space, in terms of facilities, you have an advantage of a rare space within the city. While for us here, yes, we have the space, but look at where we are. The disadvantage we have is that our transport from Nairobi, if you come by flight, then again, we are disadvantaged. I wish that we would be having the providers of flights to Turkana in this particular conference, and I hope that the organizers of the next conference will think of inviting them so that they can see how transport impacts on growth. Nonetheless, I really wish to understand how we are going to open up this space in a practical way so that actually we are able to take off. I visited Cherina's hotel 3 weeks ago, and the manager there is a student of Kenya Utalii College. And he told me that he was the best during his time, and because of that, he was taken to Israel, where he did so well, but he decided to come back home and start managing Cherina's Hotel, which is one of the best hotels. I hope you'll get time to visit that student of yours. So we want something that we can write home about. And that partnership is welcome. And I hope that I will be able to actually revive my skills in cooking and even advance them. Nonetheless, how can we do it practically? I mean, make it a bit, break it down a bit, kindly.
Thank you. Number one, when you are on holiday, courtesy of Madam here, we can allow you to come and learn the cooking. You know, tea is not only tea because it is mixed water, sugar, and tea has 8 stages to pass before it becomes a good tea. So if you've just been adding water and milk, then you are not doing it right. That's not the best tea. You just take it because you are hungry. But tea should have 8 properly documented steps to follow. Otherwise, it is not tea. Just mixed water and milk. So you need to come there. You need to ask her the type of a kitchen that she visited and the students, how students smile when they are in the kitchen, which is hotter than this place. And they are smiling. And we are making sure that they smile. Because that is part of what we are supposed to train. Partnership is very simple. Start by doing an MOU and ensuring that we are together. So when we are together, something can work with us. Can it play? Just briefly, 1 minute. And remember, I have several of such every other sector. Just look at that. Okay, just go ahead. I bake cakes. Those are cakes that I took to the ambassadors, SADC ambassadors. That's Zambia, ambassador to Zambia. And one of our partners, that's actually, that's not Japan, but Korea. If you move again, we have, that's Ukraine ambassador visiting KUC. I hope you can identify that black man. Are you able to identify the black man there? That's me when I'm in Nairobi. Yes, go ahead. Yeah? The next, that's me with the Italian ambassador. Still myself, I'm there with my students and my staff, and I'm so happy about them. Okay, another one. Is it finished? That's Sierra Leone ambassador with my students. Good. That's Slovakia ambassador. You can be able to see me somewhere there visiting one of our facilities. She knows it. That's me and the ambassador of Oman, who has been gracious to take 100 chefs to Oman. She took 50, now she's asking me for another 100. That's myself. That's the gentleman on this side is not other than, is not even any other person, it is the one speaking to you. Go ahead. And that one is Angola, Angolan ambassador with their staff. They came to visit us. Go ahead. That is Ababu Namwamba. I'm known to many of you, the Kenyan ambassador to Uganda, still myself. That's one of my students working at Utali Hotel. All those things are done from our own hotel. Go ahead. That's one of our students in a demonstration restaurant. That's not Serena. That is within Kenya Utali College. That's where our students eat from. Go ahead. That's one of our lecturers training hotel managers, Madam Joan Gadungu. I expected them to be here. I don't know what happened. One of our students should dress. I've not seen Turkana dressed there. That's one of our chef students, okay? And that's our tour guiding student doing what they are supposed to do right. And that is practical. Go ahead. That is during our sports day. It's sports day, women are beating men. And then those are also our students. So it is possible. You can do it here You can do it at KMTC, where my friend Dr. Kelly Oluoch is heading, and I know that when he comes here next time, I will come with him to see what is happening in Lodwar. Partnership, collaboration is the way to go. You can achieve more. You can do everything with others. Thank you. Did I respond? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. I was just seated there. I didn't want to swing my head or my body because what Dr. Ogedi has said is very little. We made an impromptu visit to his office, and we thought it was to take just 1 hour from 7 to 8 because he was heading somewhere. It ended up taking 7 hours, the tour of the campus, the food, the students, the equipment, the infrastructure, the people. And there is so many we learned that when we came back, we realized that I think we just ambushed your people, and we felt we needed to sit back and digest what we had seen and heard. But we are coming back. We have an MOU which is at an advanced stage. Just a structural way, a formal way of doing things, and it's very true. The CEO, Utalii College, will help us and his team establish a mini Utalii College at Turkana University College. Remember, we have the program of hospitality taking off from September, and we are preparing ourselves to be mentored by the best even as we start that program. We don't just want to do things the way people do, but we want to start off the best foot, and he is mentoring us and our team. So we'll be doing more visits and more discussions. I want to thank you, Dr. Ogendi. How he came here is that day we made an impromptu visit to his office at 7, and we were discussing. And we told him, by the way, we have a conference going on, blah, 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 and we can invite you, very informally. And he said, yes, I'm coming. We want to appreciate you, Daktari. Not only because of coming, because of also the contribution, the support that Utalii College has given us towards this conference. We really, really appreciate that. So members, I want to release you to go and have a cup of tea. And we honor you, Daktari, very much. And we thank you for everything.
Just before, Prof, you can just a minute. Yeah, we want to appreciate Dr. Mark for that insights about Kenya Utalii College. I know people within this locality, they don't like taking courses in hospitality or cooking, and I know the people from within, yeah, and we have so many opportunities, especially now if the university is going to have a conference or a convention center, and that means you need a hotel and so on. So it's an opportunity where we can take young people, go and take those short courses at Kenya Utalii College, because they will get the best training and they can come and serve our community. There is one thing about, maybe before we go for breakfast, our health break. Professor Chinedun, if you are able to listen to the presentation by Professor Chinedun, Africa process of resurrection. Africa process of resurrection. I think if you got that context of that information, Africa is like a dead plant currently. I want to give you that context as we go. Think about it, that Africa is like the resurrection plant. And that means that Africa, we have a great potential. In the context of this conference, the ASAL regions, we have human beings who are living in the desert in Africa, whether it is in the Kalahari Desert, whether it is in Kenya, Mozambique, Namibia, the human beings there are still surviving. But because Africa is already like a dead plant, there are factors that can promote Africa to come back to life. Just like that plant need water to come back to life, to bloom, produce flowers, produce the fruit. And what are the factors? If you look at the African continent, the actions of millions of people living in African continent, the governments that we have Kenyan government, we have Uganda government, we have Tanzania government, Namibia, Nigeria, the governments, the businesses, communities that are there, and the communities that are living across the diverse areas of African continent affect Africa continent. But with good governance in every government, with good quality education, with good infrastructure, with good investment opportunities, Africa can come back to life. I want to give you this as the scholars, the delegates, thinking that context of Professor Shenedun. Africa, process of resurrections. They say management is doing things right, but leadership is doing the right thing, the African leadership. Only that because we are not able to get Professor online because we have serious geopolitics dynamics that affect Africa. So those are questions we will ask Professor to maybe as we interact in other platforms. But for you, I wanted you to get that context. Think about it. You are the people who are going to change the Kenya. You are the agent of change. You are the scholars. You are the one producing knowledge. Think about it.
Thank you, DP. I want to hand over to Dr. Miriti.
Thank you very much, Professor, for moderating that session. We've learned a lot. Thanks a lot. Tumpigie makofi. Sio hiyo. Okay. Sijui inaitwa aje. Okay. Tunataka kumpigia ile ya mvua. Ile ya mvua is maybe you can you hapo tu. Thank you very much. Now, we shall be going for tea, which we are going to take only 20 minutes. We are so that by 11:35, let's say 11:40, we'll be here for the next session. And then for the online presenters, let me inform you that we shall be having breakaway rooms as from 2. Those that were not able to present yesterday because of one reason or the other, we shall accommodate you today. I want to imagine that you got an email informing you that. So at 11:40, we shall be back, and then we continue with the next session. So allow me to invite the chairman of this conference, Dr. Nderitu, to pray for the tea, and then we break right away. Thank you.
So we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts which you are about to receive from your bounty, through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Will be Dr. Mary Maseno, and the rapporteur is Dr. Evans Otieno. We want to start now. And the first presentation will come from as we wait for the panel discussion, I welcome Dr. Kavuo, Agnes Kavuo, to start a presentation. Session is Dr. May. So welcome back. Now we are starting. We also welcome back our online participant. We say karibu sana. We are now starting. We appreciate our online participants. Caroline Wekesa, thank you very much for your comment. Mary Maseno to take over and call those presenting front so that we to be very ready, for the panel discussion.
All the time. And that is nature, isn't it? Yeah? I'd been taught a bit of Turkana, but it seems to have disappeared. Yeah? Yes, I think let me try the one that I can remember. Nyar Koeng Mary. Yeah, my name is Mary Maseno, and I'll be your chair for this session until 1. So we want to keep time, and I think we are ready. So I'll want to request all the presenters will be presenting this morning just to come take your seats here. Mr. James Alfred Loyok, please you can come and sit so that we're able to transit easily. Abuse to Shemeriwe, hope I've said it correctly. Please also take your seat. And also Bernard Omboy, I'll welcome you on stage, as well as Collins from World Vision. Please come on stage that we're able to move in. So as the other presenters come on board, I wish to invite Dr. Agnes Kavuo, who will be giving us a presentation on agricultural and natural resource potency of Kenyan arid and semi-arid regions, everything to eat. So Dr. Agnes, you're welcome. You have 10 minutes to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair of Session. Good morning. And we all know that the ASOs are endowed with major resources, and they cover 80% of the country's land mass, supporting about 60% of the national livestock and 30% of the population. And this is well known to us that even the communities in the ASOS understand their importance, and they understand the resources that, they are aware of the resources that are endowed to them, and they are very proud of their resources. With that, there are several challenges that these communities face in terms of utilization and benefiting from the resources that they have. One of the challenges is a challenge in policy gaps. There is continued privatization of communal lands and marginalization of traditional nomadic grazing systems, and this has disrupted the sharing and coping mechanisms of these communities. The other challenge is on resource use conflicts that is coupled with customary law governance over shared resources. So this requires to utilize their commonly shared resources to benefit from what they have. And this rethink and innovations, and it also requires a community-based natural resource management guide that can help these communities get involved in managing what they have to benefit themselves. So drawing from the GAM Arabica value chain project that has been ongoing for the last 1.5 years, we have been this project in seven counties within the ASOS: Turkana, Samburu, Marsabit, Isiolo, Wajir, Garissa, and Kitui counties. And the objective of the project is to train. Our approach has been in the use of two models that are relatively or increasingly being employed to achieve achieve some impact within the ASOS. One is the Gender Makes Business Sense model that focuses on mind shifts and power dynamics, gender roles, and to have control over use of income and division of labor at the household level, beginning from me, we, and us, understanding the power of I, we, and us, and what that can mean in terms of making business out of the resources that we have. The other approach is the use of business canvas model that has components of value proposition, customer segments, revenue streams, practical applications for startups, and this employs case studies and interactive sessions. So you meet the people where they are, you use what they have to demonstrate the business, this business model. And this has helped to equip participants or communities with the essential knowledge on gender dynamics and the strategic business planning for sustainable growth. So the key outputs from this project, one, we have been able to establish GAM Arabic agency models for collection, aggregation, and GAM for food models. And then we have been able to equip the GAM Arabic aggregators and collectors with the necessary technical and business skills for sustainable harvest, storage, and supply to a company that buys GAM. So we have been able to link the communities, the GAM collectors or the GAM farmers to a marketer, so they do not need to worry where to take their products. So far we have been able to train 1,203 Lukawalas engines, and 50% were male and 58 were female, and part of the total of all trained, 43% were youth between 18 Arabic value chain. And then the second output from this project, which is ongoing, is that we have provided technical capacity, honey beekeeping, growing of aloe vera, honey beekeeping, growing of aloe vera for business or for sale, and use of the prosopis for briquettes. I've been holding joint training sessions, so we train the community on gender and business models, and we allow, or we co-train with the Canvas situation, nursery development and management. We have been also able to establish 13 nurseries for acacia tree seedlings propagation, and so there will be sustainability in this value chain. So in collaboration with a company called Acacia EPZ, we have trained understanding of the local context of the natural resources, and this has helped to co-create sustainable interventions. The power of synergy through partnerships with the GIZ, the Acacia. We also have the World Vision, among others, that have helped to optimize sustainable land that the engaging communities can provide nature-based solutions that ensures natural to reduce conflict, resource associated conflicts, and build peaceful and climate resilient communities.
I believe with us is Mr. Collins, ready also to take us through the presentation, a poster presentation. I'm sure the tech team are 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Mr. James Alfred Loyok with us. Are you present? Please come on stage. Abias Boy. All right, so yeah, thank you. So Mr. Collins, your 10 minutes begin.
Thank you. Brilliant arid land partnerships for integrated development. Basically, we work in assaults in this part of the world face a myriad challenges. They face different kinds of pressures, climatic pressures, land use pressures, insecurity, and many other pressures. Take, for example, the drought that occurred between 2020 and 2023. Reports indicate that this was the most devastating drought in the Horn of Africa in 70 years. The most devastating drought. And when we say that it was the most devastating drought in 70 years, when I look around the room, I see that this could have been the most devastating drought in our lifetimes. Very few of us can surpass that time scale that is given. So, when this happens, what do we do in the light of these challenges that are faced by the communities in the ASAL regions? Because when such challenges occur, they lead to a multiplier effect of other consequences. For example, due to this drought, you find that other challenges come up like land degradation, which in turn lead to competition for natural resources, which again complicate the scenario with this competition when people now fight over the limited resources that are available. Communities attack communities. Clans attack clans. Subclans attack subclans. And with it comes the retaliation from these attacks. What develops is a vicious circle of attacks. Now, what do we do? As a program, we employ a multi-pronged approach to building lasting peace and resource governance. Some of the approaches that we use are, I don't know if you can zoom the pyramid. Yeah. At the base of the pyramid, there's the grassroots approach. In grassroots approach, we closely work with the communities, peace caravans, and others. I'll come and explain this in slightly more details shortly. And then there's institutional approach, where we work to establish and train rangeland management committees to do some work, which I will also explain. And then we also tackle it through policy work, that is facilitating the enactment and review of county peace bills. Now, I want to talk about rangeland management committees. That is in the middle of the pyramid. The institutional approach. Step one. In this approach, we start with participatory mapping. Here, we work with rangeland management committees to undertake this exercise. Probably some of us do not know what rangeland management committees are. What is a rangeland management committee? This is a community-based governance structure that is established to coordinate, manage, and protect rangeland resources. The committee is formed at the basic level, at the basic community level. What we normally target are ward levels. Of course, we know that there have been attempts to form rangeland committees at lower levels than the ward, but then it became a bit of a challenge. So at ward level, the rangeland management committees are formed. And the formation of these RMCs is participatory because it is inclusive of all leaders, of everybody that is required to be there. It includes local leaders, local elders, religious leaders, women, the youth, and the local administration. They come together and deliberate on how they are going to take care of their rangelands and the resources that lie in. So from this, they do what is called participatory mapping, where they identify all the resources that are available in their rangeland unit, in this case, the ward. Step two now is intercommunity dialogue. This is where neighboring communities are brought together. They're invited to come and sit round a table and deliberate on how they are going to this even draw maps of their wards which indicate where what resources are. The third step now to formulate an agreement, what we call a reciprocal grazing agreement. This is a matter of give and take. When your resources are diminished from your ward, you can come to our ward, follow this path, and take your animals to these specifics that are provided to reach that resource, graze our animals, and go back home when conditions are better. So it is give and take. That is why it is called reciprocal, is shared concerning any possible causes of conflict. Because in this agreement, they also map potential conflict hotspots. So in this manner, we find that before there is any rupture in a peace situation, they come together and dialogue. This also involves talking between inter-county communities. For example, areas between Wajir and Isiolo, or Wajir and Mandera, or Wajir and Marsabit, so that when come from across the border of the they, I don't know. Yeah, I'm told that time is moving. Thank you. So that when herders come from across the border, then they find that the situation is already discussed and they are free. They are free to take their livestock to the neighboring counties. The third one is policy support, where we facilitate the enactment and review of county bills and natural resource management policies. This one we are already supporting. For example, the Wajir Peace Building and Conflict Management Act, which was passed recently. So currently, what we are supporting is the operationalization of this act, awareness creation, and dialogues around this Peace Act. We also support activities that include enforcing seasonal grazing plans. We also support mechanisms and propagating peace messages through radio talk shows and peace caravans. Recently, there was a peace caravan that included about 10 rangeland counties, all the way from Isiolo down to Tana River. Thank you very much. In that way.
Collins for a great presentation, and yeah, security matters, and it's amazing just about the conflict that has been reduced by 40% within the ASAL regions in our northern Kenya. So next we're going to have Mr. James Alfred give his presentation on harnessing locally led innovation for climate resilience. I wish to appreciate my presenters here for taking time, keeping time in their presentation. So Mr. Alfred, I trust to be able to do the same. And so your 10 minutes begin now. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's not that one. Maybe I've just sent to take one from Morris. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Morris Lokwaliwa. I'm not Alfred, but I'm here to represent Alfred Royok, who works for
So as we wait for the tech team, I could ask if anyone has a question, either for Dr. Agnes or Mr. Collins. But as the tech team works on that, any questions for Dr. Agnes? She was presenting on the GAM Africa Arabic. Any question for her? GAM Arabic. Business empowerment among the locals in the ASAL region. All right, I see Daktari, I see 3 hands. So I see Daktari, I see Paul, and I see Professor Ratemo. Okay. The mics are coming.
Okay, thank you very much. It is only one concern, and it is about give one of the recommendations also say that we have communication.
Lately ready, one of the gold mines in the Asal area. Countries in the Middle East and other places do now promote it. Have allow the sap to dry, come down, and late in the afternoon, so 2 days thereafter, go there and see the wood and harvest it and chew it for pan. If either your teeth come out, teeth, or you stick to it. Could you please also, I was late on your presentation, can we get from black water? That is a lot of it, and I can offer, so I'm going somewhere near Baroka this weekend. I can have a kilo. I can buy you a kilo of black wattle seed to plant alongside Madenge weed because it's the same. See how we can develop it.
Also request my colleague here was talking about peace to also assist. question was about what are some of communication that can help with the peace, can help build peace along those shared resources. And I did say that our approach was to use models that involve the community. The gender makes business sense is one of those models that have really helped to transform the mindsets of the communities, because they are able to evaluate their roles in the community owning of community resources. They are also able to evaluate their own roles in the GAM value chain. What is my contribution if it is a household? What is my contribution as a woman? My contribution as a child? My contribution as the head of the family if the mzee is still around? And what is our role as a community? For example, in Loima, what is the role of the community in Loima in harvesting gum from the neighboring sub-county? You know, when we approach it that way, then the community is able to appreciate that, yes, this is a communal resource, but the way we approach our neighbors, whether we will continue to harvest from their neighborhood or we will only harvest from our what is adjudicated to us as a community. And so that in a way helps build some peace between communities. Then number 2 was about practical ways to add value to the GAM. Well, I can say that it's not that easy for the ASO communities. Yes, partners have come and built aggregation centers where the community collects GAM and some dukawalas or agents, business agents, buy from the community, and then they come and store in the aggregation centers. And then that Acacia company comes and buys from the dukawalas and then goes and exports the gum. They don't even add value themselves. They export the gum to abroad to the countries that use it for food production and pharmaceuticals and cosmetics. But yes, if the community can be empowered, the gum, you can add value at the community level, and the community can benefit. But I would say that it is not that easy because it involves manufacturing of other commodities. Maybe someone can help me answer better. Then the other question was about large-scale planting. How long does it take? Yes, one of the things we have been encouraging the communities is to set, even though the land here is other ASOS is co-owned or it's communal, they normally have common places or common land, and we have been encouraging them to set aside land, like have chunks of land, and plant their own acacia trees, and that way it will help them not to travel long distances to the hills to go and collect the gum. They can sustainably produce it in a controlled environments, and there will be no conflicts because they say these trees belong to that community. No, these ones will be theirs, their own. Thank you.
Sorry for cutting you short. I know you're yet to respond to Professor Ratemo and Dr. Rick's question. please hold that thought. I know you wanted to weigh on it, add on. Allow us to have the presentation. So I'll invite Mr. Morris. Your presentation is already up that you can be able to present. So next 8 minutes, Morris. Karibu.
Thank you very much. As I said before, I am Morris Lokwaliwa. I work for Frontiers Children Development Organization. It's a program that mainly deals with issues of children sponsorship. Here I'm going to speak about Karamoja Strong Project. These are projects that we partner with DRC, that's the Danish Refugee Council. So the people who are invited were Danish Refugee Council. Because Alfred is engaged, there's a visitor. We went with him to West Pokot today. We will represent him. So let's get to the presentation. So the name of the program is Karamoja Strong Program, community-led resilience in the face of climate-induced loss, displacement, and conflict. The areas of coverage, we have Loima and Lokiriama and Pokot North, that's in Kenya. And then we also have Moroto, Napak, and Amdat on the other side of the border, that's in Uganda. The duration is 3 years. The donor is Danida, of course, from Denmark. We have a number of partners. The lead is Danish Refugee Council, that's DRC, both in Kenya and Uganda. Then we have Samuel Hall. Samuel Hall deals mainly with data. We have Caritas Moroto, Caritas Lodwa. We have SICOM. This is a CBO in Pokot North. We have Frontiers Children. I've mentioned FCDO where I work. And then Karamoja, Others of the Horn. Looking at the context of this region where the program is being implemented, which is Karamoja, there are a number of issues that we need to understand. One, it's a region that's affected by recurrent droughts and climate shocks. It has high levels of conflict, mainly over natural resources, conflict that's induced by natural resources sharing. We have also movements of pastoralists going across the border. We have issues of food insecurity and very fragile livelihoods, mainly due to droughts and in some cases floods, especially along the river Rhine. We have inequalities, that's on issues of gender, focus on especially women. Now, the key results areas for this program, one is on gender transformation to ensure they have resilient, design-informed livelihoods. That's the first output. That's where CDO, that's Frontiers Children, and the SICOM in North Pokot are involved. We have strengthening of policies and collaboration, especially those one dealing with the impact of climate change. This is where the government comes in, and of course DRC, that's Danish Refugee Council. We have peace-building initiatives for conflict management being done. The Kenyan side is done by Caritas Lodwa, and then the Ugandan side we have Karamoja Others of the Own or Care Church. And then we have evidence-based climate and conflict resilience initiatives, where we are looking at participatory planning for research. This is where we said we have Samuel Hall as an organization that collects data, and then they try to analyze the data. The data is used to do adaptation, where we need to change maybe some approach in terms of implementation. And then lastly, we also have capacity, trying to build the capacities of the communities and access to information for early warning. Now, I've already alluded to this, the key intervention. We have regenerative agriculture, or mainly on livelihoods, which I've mentioned. We have FCDO in Kenya and SICOM, the other side in West Pokot. Across Uganda, we have Caritas Caritas Moroto. We have also peace building. We have climate information and early warning system. And finally, community engagement, especially on issues of local governance. Now, about DRC, DRC has been involved, especially in this region, that's Turkana, North Pokot, and Karamoja, for over a decade now. Their focus is mainly on peace building, livelihood, climate, and protection. They also support community resilience and cross-border coordination. And they also work on issues to do with pastoral and agro-pastoral communities along the borderlines. For the context of this program and this cluster, the region is inhabited by pastoralists. We also have agro-pastoralists, especially along the riverine or areas that receive rains that are. We have also problems of climate shocks, droughts. We experience droughts. We also experience, in some instances, pest infestation. We also have competition for grazing land and water. It's also an area that's characterized by raids and insecurity. We have also strong cultural and economic ties across the border. All these communities, there is something they share in terms of language, maybe their way of life, and other ties that could be customary. And for this area, there's need for regional and cross-border programming. So when you do something, it has to be, we have to consider the entire region, not just one area. So there was a joint assessment which was done in 2024, and some of the findings from the areas which were assessed, that's in Turkana, Pokot, and Karamoja, is that they looked at the issues of climate and conflict and livelihoods, vulnerabilities. The assessments also looked at the resilient gaps and the governance challenges existing. It also looked at the need for integrated intervention, and this is what led to this project. We started with what we call Tier 3 or T3. These are officers who went for a training in Uganda at a place called Lokineno, and they were mainly trained on resilient design principles, looking at mainly 5 practices that include construction of contour bands, half moons, double dark beds. They also looked at the use of simple equipment like the A-frame for laying of these water harvesting structures. The other thing is is now about the regenerative agriculture. That's planting. The word they use, because the partner encourages that here we just use the water from the rain, the runoff from the rainfall. So we say we plant rain. The rain is harvested into the soil which is already prepared. The water is impounded by the bands. It infiltrates into the soil. The soils are prepared in advance, and where the nutrients are lacking, they are mixed. There are amendments that are done to the soil. So we are also looking at so that we encourage the person to use local seeds, as these are the ones which have been tested and they are adapted to the areas. It also looks at issues of establishing tree nurseries. I've talked about soil management. There are other alternative livelihoods that we are also looking at. There's beekeeping, particular for FCDO. We are promoting the production of orange-fleshed sweet potato. That's the orange-fleshed sweet potato. When you cut, the flesh is orange in color, and this is a biofortified crop that is rich in beta-carotene, which is a precursor market linkages within these communities. You can see some of the photos. That is what they call a half moon, or some people call it a smile band. So the soil is scooped. And then on peace building and conflict management, so this area focuses on community safety planning processes. So we meet with the other stakeholders and we plan. Then after that, we engage in peace dialogues for the communities and other stakeholders, even government involved from the different communities in this region. We also train peace committees to strengthen them. And then we engage in conflict management, mediation, and trauma healing. Manage the natural resources together. For climate action, this is where we use the participatory scenario plan, community climate awareness campaigns which are carried in this area, prepare the inhabitants in case of any imminent droughts or flooding. So we also, with the community, developed the disaster risk reduction plans. And the other issue is also coordination of meetings between the communities in the different. I don't know, is that said that I should stop there? I'm almost done. Shared migratory routes. These people came from the same area. They have family ties. They have the same challenges as insecurity and also competition for resources. And then the other thing is that whatever is done, we integrate two issues. One is the indigenous technical knowledge, where we have experts in the community who look at the intestines. So some of the things they look at they slaughter an animal and look at the intestines and the organs, and they're able to give us what they think will happen. There are those who look at the stars and the moon. We have also those who observe the behavior of some animals. There is also the vegetation, is it flowering, the wind, and they also look at if there are any food. So in terms of early warning, I think we try to integrate the two, the traditional. So those are some of the photos. These are for peace building. So by the community as a way of forecasting. When you integrate the two, it improves on decision making. And when we have a blended knowledge, blended model.
Sorry for rushing you, but I think because of time matters, and I see there's already a hand online thereafter. So thank you so much, Maurice, for that great presentation. I think next, Abias, I think he's not present with us, whether he is. Meanwhile, I think can have the other presenter doing on women as climate champions in I happen to chair the session and also get to present. So allow me just to switch roles and just get to present. Yeah, so it's called Women Can Multitask. Is a true embodiment of that, chairing and presenting at the same time. Strategies. I think we know very well that when drought strikes, it's women who bear the burden quite a lot in terms of home caring and giving. And so my case study looked at women toughest drought seasons. And so looking at that, we'll be able just to see that women really are children, feeding them compared to men. Then there is the issue about livestock mortality, which again are really owned by the men. They don't even have land, less than 1%. And also to see what's their asset in terms of how much do women get to own in this space. With the development policies that are there, what are they looking at adaptation strategies that exist in matters to do with climate change adaptation? Also, we are looking at knowledge transmission from the elderly women to the younger women. We're in an era where they're fading away, and that's even happening across us, even in our civilization. So we are losing the knowledge that our forefathers, our great-grandfathers had, and so which was very fundamental in terms of dealing with matters to do with resilience, in terms of hard times. That knowledge will help you serve as a buffer. Then the other one in terms of the gender burden, again, I said in terms of women. Then looking at some of the strategies these communities have used over the time in order to be able to mitigate matters to do with food security. So I was to look at some of the adaptive strategies that households have employed, that especially the women among Rendile, look at some of the institutional ecological conditions, and also the policy gaps that get to exist. around the world. So let me just go to my findings in terms of the study. In northern Kenya, and I'm sure even here in Turkana, you can all attest that you want this milk to preserve it for a long time. We all understand there are times that because they are pastoralists, the animals are taken far away to graze away from their home manyatas. And so during that time, what women do is they get to harvest a lot of camel milk and get to ferment it. It's yogurt. So the camel yogurt for the Rendile people or in the northern Kenya, they refer it as susa. And it really helps to keep them nourished, feeding children and the women within the local homesteads during the drought season. It said camel milk is one of the most expensive milk and closest to the breast milk. Secondly, we also have the meat preservation. In the Rendile culture, they call it nyir. And we know because it's a mixed space when they practice ATR, the African traditional rent a lot. And so with that, they are able to preserve that meat by cooking it until it's so hard. So you're able to find that, yes, there is no food, even as they wait on the relief food from what WFP and other organizations, at least these women have kept something for their children that they can keep biting and looking into it. And so these are indigenous ways in which they get to take care of their families. Another strategy they use is in terms of women negotiating with men. I know the place is called Laga where they get water. And because also these spaces are also in their own structures, they have made that they are lagers for animals, for where women go to get water, and where women go to get water are more far away. So when it's tough, the women will negotiate with the men to allow them even to use those lagers that are, preserved for the animals, just to help them. Then there is also the social protection in terms of reciprocity, in terms of maybe manyatas, where people are able to come together and they are able to share communally what is it that's there. If it's the camel from Manyata A and Manyata B, so Manyata B camels have been taken over, to graze, and the others are around, they can always get water to be able to engage in. Then the other buffer has always been the table banking that's been brought in by the non-governmental organizations, CBOs, where women over the time have been taught on table banking, how to save those little coins they have, and it served as a big buffer for women during those times as they manage the drought. So the other thing again is on wild food and botanical knowledge. I'm sure even in our televisions you've seen communities scouting for wild food in order to feed their children. However, studies are indicating that this knowledge is also getting to eroded. I mean, that transfer from one generation to another is minimizing, and so the lack of it may also couple up with a lot of inefficiencies as time goes on. So that becomes some of the major ways that these communities and these women are able to handle drought strategies using the traditional or the indigenous knowledge systems. And so our thoughts is to figure out how then can we continue to enhance these indigenous preservation systems and even upscale, as the question is coming up, just going ahead. So looking at this strategy and looking at some of the policy gaps, that none of these strategies are really measured within the county development plans, the drought plans, the county climate change funds, in also the national development management framework. You'll find all these strategies have not been mentioned or captured in these policies. One that has been mentioned severally is the women saving groups, I think because of the traction that it has gained over as one of the ways to help mitigate the challenges and adaptation strategies, but the rest are missing out and yet are very critical even in terms of climate change adaptation. So in terms of conclusion is just to find out that women are trying their best to use the knowledge they have, but there is need for us to keep documenting to enhance and amplify the voice of this indigenous knowledge system so that they can be also within our policies and appreciated as key drivers in matters to do with climate change adaptation strategies. So thank you, and that's my presentation. Thank you. All right, back to my other role of chairing. Yeah, so at this juncture, I don't think there is any other presenter that we have left out who wanted to present. So that gives us some good time. It's 12:57. So it's our questions and them responding that are the barrier to us and lunch. Okay? But I believe I can request us for the next 10 minutes. So by 1:15 we should be done. And I think we are doing well in terms of saving and reclaiming time. So I'll ask now to open the floor for participants to have questions. Dr. Agnes had received her set of questions. She's yet to respond to 2. So we'll have Mr. Collins and also Mr. Morris, and also questions for myself are most welcome. So who wants to take up the floor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. My question to Collins, I think on the presentation on building resilience in Kenya. During his presentation, he mentioned about the issue of approaches to addressing the issue of conflicts, and the conflicts is actually a cross-cutting issue. And what I know is the major cause of this, which trigger the. So I wanted to ask you, what are the strategic interventions that you're putting in place to address the triggers, mainly the scarcity? And then number 2, how do you ensure are binding? Thank you.
To you. In one of the strategies that you mentioned, there was that there are times women would talk to men for finding, and then 2, you also talked about table banking, and the knowledge in table banking in a community where, okay, I'm not saying that they are illiterate, but sometimes it happens. You will find that that money is there, all right, but keeping it that long, how possible is it? And who manages that kind of arrangement? Are they the women themselves or somebody else from outside? Because I had or something that will bring in the money to help them sustain themselves through table banking. Thank you so much.
Another set.
The issue of conflict, and we really understand that conflict can either be minimized or reduced. So according to the interventions, much of the interventions seems like that are calling, trying to minimize the conflict at the community level. But now my question is, I heard you say that the conflict has reduced to by 40%, and that is actually a big percentage when you look at, and that's like a relative peace achieved, because 40% is a bit high. So is it determined by the number of incidences, maybe reduction in terms of number of incidences, or what? Because I just wanted to understand how is it determined. Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair, to you. Communities in the northern Kenya are mostly patriarchal, and you realize that yes, the women do the work, but mostly the income is managed by the men. That's questions. How do we ensure that from the income streams that they are getting? So that question goes to Maurice. So that you have harvesting surface runoff water and then construct the smile bands for crop production. So in this, what exactly do these farmers do? Does it mean that it's a closed season for them? Secondly, on seed bulking or seed sovereignty, there is the potato. We appreciate it's now gaining traction in Turkana. But you also note that these farmers are not so much doing the seed production bit. So the more they produce, the more the quality deteriorates.
So as a program, how can we ensure that this material that these farmers are using is of quality, and we are protecting these lands from maybe pests like now nematode is fast coming up in Turkana and it's becoming a challenge. So as we champion for seed sovereignty, ensuring that the material is clean for use and replication in other farms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll allow our presenters to get to respond. You can start. I'll give us a minute each to respond so that we can have KMTC make a presentation for us, then we go for lunch. So a minute to respond to the question.
Thank you, Chair. I think I had answered most of the questions. One of the questions was about how long does it take for the acacia to grow, and is it possible to domesticate? Yes, it is possible to collecting the gum, and you can harvest consistently for 15 to 20 years. And then the other about was from Professor Ratemo. Yes, gum is gold, and it is food as well. And that understanding is what changes the perspectives of the community to appreciate that they can benefit from it. And thank you for the offer of the land. Maybe we can talk about it.
I will put the questions on conflict together. Now, the first question was about scarcity of resources and the triggers. There are several ways that we are undertaking to go around this. Number one, we are supporting communities in reseeding their rangelands, pasture more available to in the areas that we are working. Other than reseeding, there are also other alternatives like establishing of. This is a strategy in restoring degraded rangeland so that we can have pastures growing. There's also the approach of encouraging to pursue or to uptake alternative sources of livelihood. Life is not just about pastoralism. We are encouraging pastoral communities, other than keeping life, they can sell these crops and have money to supplement in their families. Now, to prevent it. And also it was asked, how do we ensure that these agreements are binding? That is the reciprocal grazing agreements. So when we talk about the RMC, we should realize that affected members of the community. And mark you, these RMCs are the level of formulation of the people who have authority at the local level. Now, about the 40%, the 40% figure. Now, sorry, and I did not mention these outcomes in my presentation, but it's good. I like it that you picked it from the poster. 40% is only in Marsabit, where Food for the Hungry is implementing this, and this 40% is achievable. It is reachable because you are not only pursuing one approach in isolation. When you put together that I've mentioned, alternative sources of income, you know, reseeding, half-moon bands, alternative livelihoods, together with other activities that incorporate the peace department's early warning system, identification of hotspots, of conflict hotspots. All these put together work in tandem, and the impact is what we are seeing as being reported. Thank you.
Thank you. Samaris, then you ask guests to have a minute. But try.
Thank you. I'll try to shorten mine. Now, regarding the crops, the choice of the crops that are planted, we try to get the crops that are early maturing and that can be tolerant to the conditions, that the high temperatures and the little rainfall. But something which was not put into the program design was the issue of supplementing the rainfall water, and we are now considering it. In fact, we are thinking in the next phase, if we get more resources, we can look at maybe getting groundwater by drilling boreholes, or even having some small ponds for collecting water, and even the water pumps. So that's what we are doing. Regarding the issue of the seed systems, the materials, we source our materials from Calro, Italy, or sometimes Kakamega. Of course, the advice we get from the scientists is that those materials can only be planted 3 times. Those are the vines. And the ones which are suited to our areas, we have Cabode, we have Ken Spot 3, and Ken Spot 5. There is a time we attempted, through another support from BMZ Germany, we tried to identify some farmers, especially those ones along the river who have access to irrigation water, to do seed bulking. So those who are trained, we got, of course, a trainer from Calro and Kefis. They were trained, and they were supposed to get the clean material from Calro and plant it, multiply, and then sell to the farmers. And they can only do it like 3 times, and then they have to go back for new material, so that we don't get the build-up of the pests and even the diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. I thought you said that we had time so that we could continue maybe with this discussion until 1:15. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention something has been mentioned about gums, which I find interesting, coming from Wajir, because this is an area that is that has a very high potential of gum, and I also wish to add resins. But the challenge that I've noticed in Wajir is that gums and resins have been thrown to the back burner. The trees that produce gums and resins are basically wild trees. There isn't any attempt to domesticate these trees. And somebody asked if these trees can be planted, you know, the Acacia Senegal and others that produce. And I think this is an initiative that really can be taken forward. A sad story is that in Wajir, there's a big factory for gums and resins. Someone asked if we could have a way to add value at the local level. But a big factory for gums and resins, which is functional, is doing nothing. Sometimes they work only once in a day. When you go there to talk to them, when you talk to the people out there in the gums and resins space, they'll tell you that they have heard about the factory, but they have never seen those people around trying to collect gum from them. And the people at the factory tell you that these people are not bringing gums, they're not bringing resins. So the factory remains closed. And I wish that for the sake of this assembly, something is done about this, because we don't need to take our gum and resins to Nairobi. I'm told that it goes as far as China and Europe, when we have a big factory that is lying idle, which can do this value addition at source. Thank you.
Collins, that's great. That's why I gave you minutes to know that we have a factory that indeed can process gum Arabica in Kenya. So I'd like the KMTC presentation to go up. Kindly allow us to I think, part of mentoring them. This is a wonderful space where we are all getting to learn. As their presentation goes up, I want to respond to my 3 questions in terms of how do women get to talk to men in a patriarchal society. Well, it's not a long-lasting situation. It doesn't happen. It's when there are lagers, where women have been allocated their lagers where they have to get water. When they run dry, that's when they have to excuse and ask the men if they can use the lagers that animals get to feed. Thank God for the NGOs that are also working in having boreholes and water harvesting. So that's reducing that breach. But that was a strategy that was used when there are lagers that they are designed for them to get water when they run dry. The other thing is in terms of patriarchal, yes, it's a highly patriarchal society. It's work in progress as we continue to educate women And because of that, that's why they are able to have their skills, able to start businesses. Then on the table banking, I'll say it's about chamas. That's how they're able to run, like just our chamas that women get to run. And so they are their own custodians, and so you can get to save an amount. But again, because not most of them who own these resources, you've seen it's even less than 1% who own a lot of resources, then it's not sustainable for quite a long period of drought. So thank you so much. I want to request us just to allow the KMTC students to get to share with us. I'm loving this forum because yesterday our VC was talking. He said policy actors, implementers, we are here. Researchers, we are here. We are here talking to one another. And I wish to applaud the Turkana University Conference. It's rare to find in an academic university conference when you have actors from the NGO world. So you people are blessed. So we need to look for more ways in which we can be able to work together. I saw research gaps as Maurice was presenting. There are so many research gaps as researchers we can pick, get to run with them, work in collaboration. You hear Colin saying he's challenging us, those of us, Professor Micheka. I think you are the biggest ambassador here. That gum Arabica factory in Wajir, I saw you took note of it and her as a champion. So we are merging all that. So thank you so much. And to our dear students, karibuni sana. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Simon Ebey. My name is Simon Ebey. Here I'm taking you through a research on knowledge, practices, and barriers of iron and folic acid supplementation among pregnant women attending antenatal care, Lodwar County, Rivaro Hospital. Background information. Iron is important in making blood and carrying oxygen. Globally, iron deficiency is the most common cause of anemia in pregnancy. That is according to TAE 2015. Over 40% of pregnant women worldwide suffer from anemia. That's as per WHO 2016. Therefore, WHO recommend all pregnant mothers to be supplemented with IFAS despite supplementation and main eye in many parts of the country. In previous studies, late ANC visits, lack of knowledge on importance of IFAS, that is by Chebet 2015, 2016, Mwangi 2017, and Lagat 2020. In Turkana, the situation is more severe due to poverty, food insecurity, distance from health facilities, and low education level. That is as per Turkana Health Sector Performance Report 2022. Many women missing ANC visit and nutrition counseling sessions. Statement of the problem. Iron deficiency, anemia remain a major public health problem among pregnant women, contributing to poor pregnancy outcome, especially in low-income settings. Adherence to iron and folic supplementation was low despite government and misinformation among pregnant women, limiting the proper use of IVAS and reduce its effectiveness. Factors such as side effects, inadequate counseling, lack of follow-up, discourage pregnant women from consistently taking IVAS. There was insufficient local data in Turkana County on knowledge use, making it difficult to develop effective intervention to improve maternal nutrition and pregnancy outcome. General objectives of the ANC at Lodwar County Referral Hospital. Specific objective 1 was to determine the level of knowledge on IVAS among pregnant attending ANC regarding IVAS. Specific objective 3 was to identify barriers affecting proper use of IVAs among pregnant women attending on IVAs among pregnant women attending ANC at LCRH. Question 2. What practice regarding IVAs use are reported by pregnant women attending ANC at LCRH? Question 3. What barriers affect proper adherence of women attending ANC at LCRH? A descriptive cross-section study, data analysis and findings. The findings as per objective 1, that assess knowledge on IVAS supplementation. 30% of the women believe that the IVAS prevent anemia. 27% believe that IVAS increase blood volume. 17% believe that IVAS do not know the importance of IVAS. That is a challenge that the 23% of the people do not know the importance of IVAS and prevent anemia in pregnancy. Findings based on objective 2, that was practice regarding IVAS 3, take them as instructed by the healthcare workers. 43.3 report missed doses related to IVAS side effects. Supplementation. The most common reported was nausea. That was reported by accounting to approximately 20%. 5% account 43.33% forget their supplement, which was leading reason for missed doses. 40% of respondents have misconception that IVAS supplementation cause big babies. Distance from health facility interrupt effective IVAS supplementation. That was 33.33%. Conclusion based on findings, uptake of IVAS was generally high, but consistent adherence was suboptimal. Forgetfulness and distance to the health facility were the major barrier affecting proper IVAS use. Although misconception about IVAS causing large babies, knowledge gaps, and inadequate adherence support continue to limit the effectiveness of IVAS interventions. Recommendation. More studies need to be done on enhanced adherence support. Service delivery at ANC can be extended to the community to control missed doses. Maybe through the CHVs follow-up. Areas for further studies. Studies with large samples. Research to assess effective of reminder system like SMS, CHV follow-up on IVAS adherence. Qualitative studies, beliefs, and personal perception influencing IVAS use in arid regions. Longitudinal studies to examine the long-term impact of IVAS adherence on maternal and neonatal outcomes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. No, more claps, louder, better, better, better. Yes. Thank you so much, Ayub and Simon, our students. We all started at that level, and so we appreciate. So I'll take only two questions for them. Two burning questions. That's on the use of IFAS. So we have hand at the end. Yeah, we are talking about MCH, reducing maternal and child healthcare deaths, and also from Prof. Thank you. So if you have any other question, you'll please see Ayub and Simon over lunch hour to have them. So we can start with Prof here, and then the gentleman behind. Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to appreciate all the presenters for the previous session, and now our student from KMTC. I really appreciate the KMTC for mentoring and nurturing young upcoming scholars like this gentleman. This is like a master's, yeah? Yes, a master's thesis, yeah? Yeah, the more of a master's thesis, because if you can see, the students knows even the descriptive design. He knows even how to sample, yeah? Then the sample size, the percentage. That means they are doing a good job. So this gentleman can qualify to come and do a master's in public health, isn't it? Yes, he's presenting, and even some master's students who don't know even which design did you use. You see, when you ask which research design, they start now guessing, yeah, fumbling and there. So good work, and good work also for the lecturers from Kenya Medical Training College. Yeah. With the pastoral and agro-pastoral communities across this borderline, Uganda, South Sudan, the issues of strict adherence to drugs and treatments is a big problem. Strict adherence, I think maybe it's a culture, I don't know, it's because of the livelihood and so on. Because if you see the issue of iron and folic acid supplement that are given to pregnant mothers, look the issue of RVs that are given to the patient. There's the issue of non-adherence. And even to our people here, when you are given drugs, you forget, isn't it? Yeah, you tend to forget taking your drugs. You have given a malaria, simple instruction. After 8 hours, you take the first dose. But you see, this issue is even going now, even mothers claiming that if you take the iron and folic acid, then you end up coming up with big babies. That is a misconception, isn't it? Yeah, big babies. I don't know what that's in. So mine is to say congratulations, the young man. That's a good job. It's highly sustainable. And as you pursue your studies, now the university is here. If it is your studies, please publish as you come. Now you expand on using a larger sample size. Okay? Yes, we have a master's in public health here. So for the lecturers, make sure your students, they finish, they come for MPH and also the degree here. But examination of intestine, the science of intestine. And for cultural practice. Because with the current scientific knowledge, you will expect the answer that I will give you that it cannot give very accurate weather forecast predictions. The answer is no, because it's short-term limitation. Because if you look at the ancient people in Mesopotamia, look at the ancient people in Rome, Italy, and even our own pastoralist communities along this region, the Karamojong cluster, the Turkana, you look at Nijie, Toposa, Nyangatom, they are still using that traditional science of reading the intestine so that they look at unusual shapes, markings, colors in our intestine so that they're able to predict maybe that it is going to rain, there will be a war, some unfortunate situations. That is the indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge system. But scientifically, no. But for their own knowledge, they can use it to predict other issues because it is not a controlled study. Just like if you are using the meteorological instrument to do maybe atmospheric pressure, the weather forecasting, and other weather conditions. So, but for them, I think even the ancient people, I've told you in Mesopotamia and others, they were using that to predict. They look at the intestines, they're also looking at the liver, especially when they are doing these animals, they sacrifice them. So it's an indigenous knowledge that we can use for other prediction. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for such insightful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also want to appreciate the very good presentation from the students. Question. Now, what do you recommend to the government in terms of policies and strategies and other institutions so that the women at the last mile villages, the remotest areas, can also access these medical services, especially those who are attending prenatal clinics, in terms of policy and strategies, so that at least, because that is very, very critical. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so the last question there behind.
Thank you, the young scholar. Your presentation has been so perfect. Now, I just want to answer the question which was posed by one of the members. The policy measure, now the government is taking an initiative. Now we have mobile clinics all over the Republic to ensure and detect problems associated with what? The situations you have discussed. Also in the near future, the advancement in technology and medical advancement, the country is on how to assist the mothers in mature stages. Just that's how the issue will be solved. As you continue your paper, next time for your research, try to modify, instead of pregnancy, apply expectant mothers. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. So our students, I don't think you have to respond because the question that was asked was responded to. And I wish to say thank you so much. So can we clap for all our presenters? Yes, we were told, I was almost to say, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Our MC, bear with me. You will see them in private. You might attend. So I wish to bring this session to an end so we can give them as a clap as they get to sit down and just to get to appreciate each and every one of us for your active participation and listening. And now I wish to call upon Dr. Mireti to guide us next before we go for lunch. So thank you. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. Okay. After to make a designer, it's good that we give her a standing ovation. They have done a good thing. To pick a coffee, to and then down. Okay, this is what we go about it. Eh? We sit down like this, then to pick a coffee. Like that. Do it. Yeah, you have to sit down first, then tunapiga makofi kama tunaamuka. Sawa sawa. Yeah, let's start. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Dean. That is a standing ovation. They have done a good job. Now, because of time, I will just give a few remarks and then we leave. For online print, will be cafeteria, where we are handling sub-theme number 1. Then room 3 is lecture or 6. Then room 5 is seminar room, sub-theme number 5. Then room 6 is a boardroom, sub-theme number 6. Room 7 is lecturer's parlor, sub-theme number 7. Room 8 is you will be in room 20, that is sub-theme number 8. I'm talking about them being room 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, up to 8, because when you log in, you will realize that we have room 1, 2, 4, 5, up to 8. So for the online participants, you will be logging into the room where your paper is. Then we shall take only 30 minutes to go, eat very fast, and I request that the chair rapporteurs should be served being the first, so that at least they come to those breakaway sessions, so that we don't waste time for online presenters and others. So please observe time. And then as per our program, when you are done with this in the evening for the participants, we shall converge here. We give you directions because we have another event in the evening beginning at 6 p.m. Sawa sawa? Yes, now allow me to request Dr. Akiru to lead us with a word of prayer to pray for the food, and then we break immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the session that has been successful. We pray that as we go for lunch, you bless the lunch so that we have the energy to serve you. I pray, trusting and believing in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you. Also, a reminder that we are going to rename those rooms to match whatever is in the program. So if you realize you don't see room 1, please check for what is in the program.
Graph, tables, and charts. The results are there. Less than 2 years, 8%. 1 to 2 years, 17%. 3 to 5 years, 22%. 9 to 6 to 8 years, 34%, and 10 and above, 19%. Use of e-auctioning among manufacturing companies, 46% of the response were neutral regarding the adoption of e-auctioning. And the reason was the firms may lack knowledge about the e-auctioning system and their potential benefits. 36% of the response supported the use of e-auctioning, with 9% agreeing and 27% strongly agreeing. This demonstrates that the considerable proportions of manufacturing firms have embraced the positive use of e-auctioning practice. Relationship between auctioning and supply chain efficiency. The results indicated a positive correlation between e-auctioning and supply chain efficiency. The coefficients of determination was this indicating that e-auctioning explained 18% of the variation in supply chain efficiency. This suggests that improvement of e-auctioning practices are associated with improvements in supply chain efficiency. Conclusion and recommendation. The impact of e-auctioning on supply chain efficiency varies across organizations, although a considerable number of firms reported moderate to high benefits. Improvements in e-auctioning practices contribute to enhanced supply chain efficiency. However, the relatively low coefficients of determination indicate that other factors also influence supply chain performance. Manufacturing firms should strengthen the adoption of the integration of e-auctioning to enhance supply chain efficiency. Firms should invest in employees training and technological infrastructure to maximize the benefit of e-auctioning. That's my presentation. If you have any question, you can engage me. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Is Juliet a doctor? I can be charged for just calling you. Is Juliet?
Yeah, I'm Juliet. I'm not a doctor. I'm done with my master's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I don't know whether there is any member. I can see Teddy has joined. If there's any member who has got a question for Miss Juliet. Okay, now I just wanted to inquire. I was waiting to see the indicators. I want to believe this is one of the objectives of your research, yeah?
Yeah.
I was waiting to see the indicators of this particular objective.
Okay.
And you didn't, it is not in your slide. Maybe you'd have shown it through presentation of the conceptual framework,
Okay.
which is not. So what are some of the indicators of e-auctioning?
1 minute. Let me. Can I stop sharing? 1 minute?
It's okay. Good to know. Because
Where are the members? So nikiongea au wananisikia? Ah, okay. Members at the back, I'm requesting for your time.
All of you to this session. This is room 4, dealing with the sub-theme number 4. That is data, science, and technology for Earth's resilience. Yesterday, we were to 9 presentations, but we had features to do with the technology as the technical hitches, and therefore we were not able to finish all the presentations yesterday. We were able to do 6 out of 9. So today, also we had 3 pending, and the 3 were to be presented by Collins Amenya, our rapporteur Rhoda Munene, and Naomi Kolongei. Maybe at this particular point, first of all, just to say welcome, I'm Dr. Kiboy Dismas Chenge. I'm going to chair this session. And what we're going to do for us to move very fast, because we have 9 presentations to be made today, that is 6 which were scheduled for today, and 3 pending ones, so giving us a total of 9. And therefore, we need to be conscious of time. Each and every presenter will be given 10 minutes of presentations. And it is my appeal that we take note of the time, we be conscious of time, so that we don't go beyond the allocated time for you. So if you feel that your slides are so many, there are some areas that you may skip and present to us those areas that you think are relevant for us or are crucial for us to capture. So I want to confirm whether Collins Amenya is with us. If you are with us, please let me know.
I'm in and ready. Hello?
Collins Amenya?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
I'm
Colin
ready
Samenya says he is in. That
and
is
ready.
good. Okay,
Thank you.
in and ready. I like that. So then let me confirm also if Naomi Kolongei is in. Naomi Kolongei. Okay, seemingly Naomi is not in. So those were the pending presentations, and therefore I would want to direct that we clear up with the pending cases for yesterday, so that we begin with Collins Amenya, followed by Rhoda Munene, and then thereafter proceed on to today, following the order that is already established there. That is Wanjala Victor. Don't know whether Wanjala Victor is available. So I'm asking this so that we are sure of our order, and I'm doing that at the same time waiting for Collins Amenya to share the screen.
Hello, Chair.
Yes.
Yes. I have a request
Mhm.
that I present last, kindly.
Oh, that is Madam Rhoda.
Yes, yes.
Oh, well taken.
Yeah,
That is
okay.
very good to hear.
Yeah, okay.
So thank
Thank
you.
you.
So that means we are going to have Collins Amenya start us off, followed by Victor, that is Wanjala.
Yes.
Then we shall have Bernard Samba. Is Victor present?
In another meeting, but he's coming.
Or is he coming? Okay, fine. So tell him that he'll take up the floor just immediately after Collins Amenya. And then we shall have Valerie Nyabuti. I think, Valerie, I must have seen you in the house.
Yes, yes.
Is my slide visible?
Okay.
Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Slides?
Yes,
they are visible,
yes, for Dr. Victor Wanjala, that is, those are the slides you're seeing.
Yes, yes.
But,
Collins Amenya.
oh yes, Collins Amenya, oh, you're doing together. Yes,
Yes, yes.
that is fine, because that means you have two papers to present after another one. Huh? Okay, fine. So let's have Collins Amenya taking us through. Your 10 minutes begin now. You're beginning at 3:19. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Bwana Chair. I believe my slides are visible to everyone. I'm presenting on the topic of deformed metrical equivalent operators. The topic is from operator theory in pure mathematics, presented by Amenya Collins, and the co-author is Dr. Victor Wanjala from Masai Mara University. List of symbols that we are going to use. We have the adjoint of the operator S followed by the operator S is equals to the adjoint of operator T followed by the operator T. This one is for the metrical equivalent operator. We will concentrate on deformed metrical equivalent operator, the symbol, the third one, that is adjoint of the operator S followed by the deformation operator P, and the operator S is equals to the adjoint of the operator T followed by the operator T. Others will relate our new generalization of operators to supraposinormal operators, posinormal operators, quasi-posinormal operators, in that order up to the last symbol, that is tensor product of operators AB. Introduction. The metrical equivalent operators have been studied and new generalizations formed by many researchers. And in these This research, we are developing a new generalization or a new class called deformation or deformed metrical equivalent. We are going to do this by introducing a deformation operator. This just to ensure a flexibility and to broaden the operator interaction under metrical equivalent operators. Literature review, we have some recent work. Wanjala and Adhiambo broadened the scope of metrical equivalent operators by introducing the class of NM metrical equivalent operators. We have Reggie et al. Investigating the polynomial operators in relation to Whaley's and Broder's theorems on unbounded Hilbert spaces. Recent work by Chunge et al. Extended the square metrical equivalent operators to NM square metrical equivalent operators and gave us that result. From these literatures, we realize there is no deformation operator to broaden or to make the metrical equivalent more flexible for more applications. Preliminaries, we have the definitions. Two operators, that is S and T, being contained in the bounded Hilbert space, are said to be deformed, not supra-deformed, but deformed metrical equivalent if there exist positive operator P, I think that is an error, P, such that I need to check on that to make that correction. It should be deformed, not supra-deformed, where we are using one deformation operator to give us the equivalence operation. Definition 2, an operator T in bounded Hilbert space is said to be polynomial if that relation stands. Definition 3, an operator T is said to be suprapolynomial if there exists positive operator P and Q such that it satisfies that condition. And we have definition 4 and definition 5. Main results. Theorem 1, let S and T be contained in the bounded Hilbert space, be deformed metrical equivalent with respect to a positive deformation operator P. If S is normal and P commutes with both S and its adjoint, then T is also normal. Proof, since S and T are deformed metrical equivalent, we have, that is the definition of deformed metrical equivalent, where P is the deformation operator. Given that S is normal, this is the condition of normal operators, where S and S star, where S star is the adjoint, is equals to S star S, it means it commutes with its Hermitian adjoint. Since P commutes with S and its adjoint, we have P, the deformation operator, followed by S is equals to S, followed by P, these are operators, and S followed by the adjoint of S star is equals to S star followed by this one, operator P, which is the deformation operator. We consider this condition, but also, sorry for that, T, the adjoint of T followed by T is equals to the adjoint of S followed by the deformation or operator followed by the operator S. This shows that the operator T and its adjoint is equals to the adjoint and the operator T, which is the condition for the normal operators. This shows that the deformed metrical equivalent operator is also a normal operator. The next theorem is to relate the deformed metrical equivalent operators with hypernormal operators. Let S and T be contained in a linear bounded space on Hilbert, linear bounded operators on Hilbert space. Be deformed metrical equivalent with respect to a positive invertible deformation operator P. If S is hypernormal and P commutes with both S and S star, then T is also hypernormal. So we want to see if the deformed metrical equivalent operators fulfills the condition of hypernormality. Recall that S is hypernormal, satisfying the condition of greater or equals to this condition here. So we want to prove or to confirm if the deformed metrical equivalent operator also satisfies the condition of hypernormality. Given that S, that is the deformed metrical equivalent operator with the relation S star followed by P and S is equals to T star followed by T, where T star and S star are the adjoints. We need to show that T and it's the adjoint and the operator T is greater or equals to the operator T followed by its adjoint. Now, since P commutes with S and S star, we have T star followed by T is equals to the adjoint S followed by the operator P, which is the deformation operator, followed by the operator S. And since P commutes with both S and S star, we can have P followed by the adjoint and the operator S. Also, operator T followed by its adjoint is equals to the adjoint of S followed by the deformation operator P followed by S, which is equals to that condition P, S, and S star. If you check the two, the first one is P followed by the operator S and then the adjoint of the operator S and finally the operator S. But then the last part, we have P followed by the operator and then its adjoint S star. Now, since S is hypernormal, satisfying that condition, multiplying both sides by the positive operator T or P, which preserves order, which P commutes with the relevant operators, we'll have P outside in bracket, the adjoint followed by the operator S is greater or equals to P in bracket, the operator S and its adjoint, and thus the operator, the adjoint of T followed by T is greater or equals to T followed by its adjoint. And this shows that the operator T is also hypernormal. So this confirms the condition. The deformed metrical equivalent operators are also hypernormal. Theorem 3, let S1, T1, S2, T2 be two pair of deformed metrical equivalent operators with the deformation operators P1, P2 respectively. If we have two conditions, condition 1, S1, S2 is equals to S2, S1, it means it commutes, and T1, T2 is equals to T2, T1, as P1, P2. A proof?
Dr. Manya?
Yes.
You have exhausted your 10 minutes, so let me add you some 2 more.
Just 2. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So we have the proof there, and the last part shows that S1, S2, and T1, T2 are deformed metrical equivalent with operators P1 and P2. Theorem 4 is for tensor product of the operators, just to show that the deformed metrical equivalent operators satisfies the condition of tensor product. Conclusion: these theorems and results significantly extend the theoretical framework of deformed metrical equivalent operators, revealing their connections to the normality, posinormality, quasi-posinormality, and hypernormal operators, and the results provide a solid foundation for further research in operator theory and its application. References are there, and thank you. That was my time. This is a work in progress, so the corrections, the comments that we'll get from here will help us to make the work better and to make it perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Menya, for that kind of a good presentation and well summarized. our intention was that we have all the presentations made, and then at the tail end, you reserve the questions for the presenters so that we move faster enough so that we do not lock anybody out. So kindly, but for this case, now that I have not made that announcement earlier on,
Yes.
The subsequent presentations, I think I would wish that you record your questions and then now we shall ask them at the tail end. For this particular one, probably I want to ask one question and then I have two other questions from the floor, from the members. Just Dr. Amenya, you said that this is work in progress, which is okay.
Yes.
I'm just interested with the relevance of your presentation in regards to the theme of this year, harnessing locally led innovation for climate resilience and sustainable peace in arid and semi-arid areas under the sub-theme of data science and technology for ASOL resilience. Maybe for ASOL resilience, maybe the relevance of your presentation.
Oh, this work is majorly on telecommunication system. The telecom system is software defined and reliant on advanced mathematical modeling. So we are only trying to model these operators, metrical equivalent operators that can be used to address the challenges of telecommunication, maybe in ASOL areas.
Oh, fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Any other member who has a question? Probably we may not be having so many mathematicians on the floor.
Yes,
that
Chair.
looking at operators and all that, counter operators,
I think,
and
Chair.
normal and pronormal and all that. So, do we have any question from members online or physical here?
I think, yes, Chair.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I think I wanted to ask something almost to what you just shot, because I was also wondering.
For such kind of nice presentation, work in progress, we wish you well working on the same project. Would request that you pull down your slides so that we allow the next presenter. Seemingly coincidentally, you are coming in again together with I think, sorry, that is, okay, Wanjala Victor is now coming in next.
Yes, but I think I need to
Wanjala Victor, are you available?
He's still on another meeting. You can usher in another person.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So I think that is it. As we wait for Wanjala Victor to prepare, let's have Bernard Samba. Bernard Samba, are you available?
I'm available. Is my slide visible from your end, please? Am I visible?
Integrated biosanitation, eh? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, we can see you. We can see the presentation so that we are able to read.
Great.
And then I'll give you a go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Bernard Samba, the floor is yours. Your 10 minutes begin now. 3:36.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Bernard Samba from Great
of Kenya northwestern arid and semi-arid lands, where over 1.4 million residents heavily rely on livestock rearing for food security and identity, even though their soils have been facing severe vulnerabilities due to harsh climatic condition, perennial and limited in we call it infrastructure, but let me call it structural investment. This one, members, is courtesy of a very serious paper that we are yet in 65. Those days, they said that the backbone of Kenyan economy was agriculture. And therefore, if that area is not producing sisal, coffee, maize, pyrethrum, good hospital roads were taken where we had economic activities. So it seems like livestock rearing, then that drives primary in this area as is more of cultural, food, and security, and to some income. According to social paper number 10 of 1965, it was not an economical activity. And I think they were also borrowing from the friends of Dr. Frank that I'm seeing here. Men had, we suffered there. So, but come 2010, due to devolution, the Constitution empowered the county governments to establish context-specific portion. Science, technology, research, and innovation are framed as crucial mechanisms to transition pastoral economies past traditional vulnerabilities into climate resilience. And of late, I think in the past 3 years, you've seen the relevant ministries trying to put cables all over. So recurrent droughts, climate shock, that due to devolution, the 2010 Constitution shifted planning models so that we have homegrown designed development strategies to community challenges. Chair, the story is told of those people, the blind men who went to see development, to see the elephant. These 5 were having elephant in their minds and foolish. So when the 4th one went and touched the leg, they thought that the leg is like, an elephant's like a trunk, a big tree. I realized that you are not only blind, you are foolish and ignorant, because the elephant that I met was as huge and as some of us have been here for quite some time. If Nairobi wanasema wanataka maendeleo na wako na gari, they have good roads, they have electricity, and I also say they want development. So if Nairobi are saying they want development, then where is Turkana? Thus, the essence of this topic was, in that context, do we have, again, policies that are domesticated, especially on can therefore catalyze county-level science, technology, innovation policies aimed to catalyze economic diversification, support tech adoption, and foster small resilience models in traditional sectors that we'll be mentioning today. Because if network coverage beyond the 5-kilometer radius, and Nairobi, immediately unaingia Kinungi, you have the full network, the ones which are. What does the ICT policy say, and how have we adopted it or domesticated it in our county policies? So should that be the case then, maybe this adoption of SIT among us, number one, is existing SA models are heavily urban-centric, and the rest are more of Vituvia town. Then another one is another bottleneck which would deter the implementation of and digital extension network. We are still in the off-grid, so if the Wi-Fi network depend on, then the third one is capacity and literacy gaps. Statistics that we have show low functional literacy levels. Was one, to evaluate operational frameworks, that is to assess existing county-level science, technology, and innovation frameworks implemented in the council integration, that is to examine the extent to which current policies integrate pastoralist dynamics, that is both nomadism and indigenous to support long-term regional development. Based on a desktop review, the method that whereby we deployed across, that was deployed across the 6 sub-counties in a proportional stratified sampling technique. What we did among the researcher went back to the larger Turkana Central, the larger Turkana West, that is Kakuma, the Turkana North, we merged it with Loima based on the urban centers that are there, and also Turkana South and East. And something harassing me here. Sorry for those gaps we are talking about in the STI frameworks. So that when the policies is coming, I've not talked about age. I've only looked at the infrastructure. I didn't talk for Kenyans like me. Thank you. Thank you. That one is already there's a gap there because in my objectives I did not include generational gap. I was at the methodology and the research design where I said we used a certified sampling technique, and in each area we looked at the institutional hubs, and the institutional hubs here included Turkana University, College, MTC, those institutions like we also use at the in Turkana West, we went to refugee and local trade where we have the shops. Then in North and West, we looked at the borderland and remote areas. Realized that the observed local coverage, only 25 households then were accessing. They were on WhatsApp, they were on Facebook. And the key reason where there was issues of connectivity. And the remote areas, the target was pastoralist wards, like part of Turkana East. As that 40% of the rural settlements have adopted STI. Quite a number of households were having access to the social media. However, there was constraint by high mobility. Then in the community ICT, and maybe Pale kwa DC, youth and women scored highly on those people who are accessing and making good use of free urban centers. That is, we considered Lokichar, we considered Lodwa and Kakuma. And we realized that, again, could not go beyond Napetet. That concentration would not go beyond Turkana University. When you go to Loturei, again, the use of Wi-Fi was going down. My Krokanis, Kapua and Katapakori, there was totally very limited use of Wi-Fi. Then on issues of water, observe that 15 strategic sites have been identified using the data and IT, and it was at sub-optimal spatial level, as it was indicated yesterday. So based on the files, top-down software configuration to overlook native linguistic adoption, resulting into digital exclusion of rural pastoralists. And we tried this one even as late as yesterday when it can't give you the correct one. So most of our Turkana language is not in ChatGPT, but try Ask GPT Omera, it will tell you is a way of addressing a Luo young man. So, so we realize that maybe due to that literacy, we have not, we are still struggling with issue literacy to an extent that we need around 1.6 million, and Turkana University was one of the beneficiaries to infuse indigenous language and traditions into AI. And that all major municipal nodes outside the principal grid depend on diesel, generator, or minor solar mini grids. So it is only Lokichar and Kainuk. Urban centers are relying on diesel-driven engines. So these fragmented energy structures fail to sustain high-demand research centers or technical processing infrastructure, creating high and even regional development. Our economy is 75% pastoralism, and they move from one place to another. So if I can access Wi-Fi at LMS, livestock markets, access my clients, then it becomes something. Then based on that, the general or the major finding was that modern technological framework remain ineffective if they continue to operate in a sociologist. Says that this is one of the cost to access water. Then they say, I better stay here even if I'm sleeping in the market, as so on and so forth. And you've seen the effect of TikTok. Our famous Fardoza is a beneficiary of TikTok. So if you tell for back, in sociology, one of the theories of sociology, they say that that imbalance causes what we call suicide, because now we move from an initiative that involve local elders, youth, and women from inception to launching. Inception to launching. Whoever came with the policy for STI, I can learn from my young ones. I'm told that there are that I've never used, but my 4-year girl gets that phone. The phone starts singing Cocomelon, and I've never seen that Cocomelon. And oh, there's Cocomelon. And you've been having that phone forever, for over 15 years, you never knew there's Cocomelon in it. Then there should be decentralized energy. Prioritize decentralized hybrid solar, wind, mini grids to power sub-county innovation. This it is going pay as you use. Then we say that the same way, if these solar people would also have the solar. I have Wi-Fi where I stay, but when the steamer goes, there's no Wi-Fi. But I have a supplement. They will be dead. So our proposal is, if the AudioTech develop audiovisual and voice-based mobile application in native language to bypass literacy bottlenecks. To English, to an extent that once upon a time there's a bank, when KCB Bank went to Kindu Bay for the first time, so they decided, so even that Nyerere is for me who doesn't know how to read and write. So we are also proposing that if devolution has come and the development should be born, can speak our language. Because now, the deaf, or no, the blind, the phone talks to them. Even the deaf, the AI and ChatGPT, they allow the local or the natives also to Dr. Silvana in waiting, if she is to intend to go and carry out a study in Kangakpur, where it can easily translate, and then she'll collect a very valid and objective data. Otherwise, with the permission, Chair, thank you very much for listening, and thank you once again for the opportunity.
Is there an online
Presenter waiting. So Moses, Muidali, Brian, check for us if there's an online presenter waiting. Or Moses Muidali.
Objective between the profession of snacks and the school attendants. Research questions, key research questions. One, how does snack provision influence preschool attendance in ASO contexts? What role support inclusive education system? Significance. The Sunday contributes empirical evidence on nutrition education linkages in vulnerable regions, informing policy for inclusive early childhood education. Now, in Isiolo County, we can see there's a delay or handle, the handling head, but you can compare in the second picture where we have families which are not handling the head in an economic term. This disrupts children schooling. School feeding programs create anchor points that stabilizes communities and they keep children enrolled. Between incentives and barriers within learners, social and environmental context. These incentives include things like snacks, supportive and ill health, long distance, and limited resources. Transformative education, it makes an indigenous knowledge system for locally relevant climate adaptation solution. Link socioeconomic accommodation and environmental stressors and the feeding program act as a key 5 sampling technique used for passive and random sampling technique. Data collection, I used questionnaires, interview guide, and observation checklist. Then the data was analyzed through a chi-square test, the differential chi-square test. Research design, correlation research design, it examines the relationship between snack provision and the preschool attendance in Isiolo County. The target population were the primary school and preschool and teachers, parents, and the sub-county education officer. Instrument for represent pre-testing was done to ensure there is validity and reliability. Quantitative analysis, that is the use descriptive statistics which are frequencies, means, and percentage. Then inferential statistics are used as square to test. Qualitative data was analyzed mathematically and they presented in narrative form. Key findings, we have 72.5 of the respondents affirming consistency program operation. We have 70% of the respondents agreeing that
the policy directions. The other one is to expand decentralized collection centers. The third policy direction is to use digital and community-based information channels. And the fourth policy direction is to use and the predictability of fertilizer supply. What are the recommendations for inclusive innovation? One, to target women and youth through the land extension services. Number two, to leverage on SMS, mobile platforms, and farmer groups. Number three, to simplify registration and verification procedures. Number four, to promote equitable participation in climate resilient agricultural programs. And lastly, the last recommendation is to integrate gender and youth indicators into national fertilizer subsidy program monitoring. So, in conclusion, we can say that institutional efficiency matters more than physical infrastructure alone. And we can also conclude that information accessibility and supply reliability drive the adoption of the national fertilizer and adoption of national fertilizer subsidy program. Lastly, inclusive access systems can improve equity, productivity, and climate resilience. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for participation. I welcome any questions and comments. Thank you. Exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I think I can be given the first time for questions because I'm going to make another presentation in a different room. Okay. If there is any. Presenters online, all of us who are virtually presenting. Question, you can just ask me so that you can answer and go send another paper. And you repeat. As online, so that
increased funding and interventions towards vulnerable regions to address disparity in access. Then strengthen partnership, build collaboration between government agencies, NGOs, and the community for sustainable implementation. Further research to explore the intersection between education, climate change, and the child well-being across different Kenyan contexts. Thank you.
Thank you, Purity. Thank you for being within the 10 minutes. And thank you for your presentation. Just like we had requested, keep on into this forum, and we shall prepare questions to ask you at the end so that we move smoothly and we keep time. So please be there, don't disappear. We want to look at the next.
For 10 minutes to give us your finding, and your 10 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and
Good
the
afternoon.
distinguished scholars and fellow participants. Welcome to my presentation, and today at Turkana University College. My name is Mercy Munene, and I'm honored to share my research titled Digital Narrative of Peace and Pasture. And this paper explore how contemporary digital media space are changing the way we perceive, report on, and respond to critical issues of climate resilience and sustainable peace in our arid and semi-arid lands. Oh, sorry, I think I've moved faster. Kenya, arid and semi-arid lands constitute of approximation of 80% of our nation landmass, and these regions are the front lines of the global climate crisis, and they face a severe reality of ecological scarcity that frequently they trigger resource-based conflict. Historically, we find that in the media, traditional media, usually all has been plagued by parachute journalism and mainstream reporters. They fly into this particular land, the arid and semi-arid regions, when there are crises, and they majorly rely heavily on episodic framing issues on matters of conflict, violence, and that we term it as flagellity framing. That hides the grassroots resilience. With the rising internet penetration, and now where the shift comes in, the traditional gatekeepers have lost their monopoly, and this brings us to the core problem. Has this digital shift actually changed the narrative? All are online platform just amplifying the same old conflict loops for leaks. This particular study is guided and it addresses the critical gaps, and through the systematic literature review set, we are trying to achieve, the study is looking at two primary objectives, and they're guided by the central question. And the question one, what is the dominant frames currently utilized by the digital and online media platforms to report on climate resilience and resource dynamic in Kenya, arid and semi-arid lands? And the second one is, to what extent do these digital platforms actively highlight local-led peace innovations and sustainable agricultural adoption compared to legacy conflict-centric narrative? To ensure this academic rigor, I evaluated systematic, I used a systematic review adhering to PRISMA guidelines, and I worked on database which were peer-reviewed. That's where I covered removing the duplication and identifying using removing the duplication, again, strict inclusion criteria. And that's where that's the way I reviewed that's the method I used to review. On our thematic synthesis, I reviewed the highly complex digital landscape. First, dominant themes, they show the persistence of flagellity frame online. That's what I came along. And disappointingly, mainstream digital fast news outlets often copy and paste. So whatever we find, that the bad behavior of the traditional print media because of algorithmic biases. So you find that whatever we find in the mainstream media is only the same that we find in the digital mainstream media platforms. Conflict drives engagement, and 65% of the mainstream narratives, they focus on resource conflict. Consecutively, digital media frequency is paradoxically weaponized to prioritize urgency over the resolution, reinforcing the climate conflict nexus, hiding the solution from the public eye. So people end up not getting the reality of the matter. But there is a narrative shift whereby we find that data reveals a powerful counter genomic movement. And this is where we have alternative digital spaces and local content creators. And we find that local local creators or local content creators, they utilize digital tools to frame agricultural sustainability practices, not simply as a framing, but as an active tool for conflict resolutions. At the shift, we also find that alternative space, the 50% of focus on the local innovation. So 50% they focus on local innovation. The digital evolution of vernacular media has allowed the complex climate data to be translated into local languages. And this has brought in the bypasses of the urban newsroom and empowers ASL, that is arid and semi-arid large community, to own their climate resilience narratives. And now to our findings, we find that the findings mean to us as educators and police. What do these findings mean to us as educators and policymakers? The past frame highlights a massive gap. This is what we find out in how we train our journalists. And we need an aggressive, transformative update to university mass communication. And we must also go beyond teaching the digital media fluency as a mere technical skill, but now include the demonstration and a shift focus heavily towards the conflict awareness and climate literacy. So we find that some courses in areas, because I'm a communicators in script writing, media law, and translation, should train or should incorporate training to the next generation in the thematic of peace, so that they can ethically highlight community innovation. In my conclusion, through the review, systematic review method that I've used, it demonstrates that while digital media in Kenya, arid and semi-arid lands still battle legacy conflict narratives, it has built the vital infrastructure needed to amplify peace and climate resilience. And to unlock this potential, we must bridge the pedagoggical gap, whereby in future research, we should empirically test how this updated curriculum impacting practices in the journalism and in our graduate in this sector. Thank you for this chance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mercy, for your Mercy.
Yes.
Oh, you are getting us, okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Maybe, can you hear me?
Yes. Now, I want to interact with you shortly before I welcome the Dr. Koros and the audience.
Okay.
Now, the first concern that I have from your presentation, could you please take me to your title? Or you have already pulled down your screen?
I had. Should I share again?
Mercy. Now, let me just read the title to us.
Okay. Digital narratives of peace. Let me put it. Okay. Digital narratives of peace and pasture. A systematic review of online. Okay.
Thank you. Now, what were you analyzing? What are the independent and dependent variables?
The independent variable is about digital narratives. Yeah. How media portray, that is the digital narratives, how media portray, the media portrayal, how does it influence the innovation in terms of peace and pasture in semi-arid areas, arid and semi-arid areas.
So what are your findings? Now, in a nutshell, what is my take home?
There is a gap on how we report.
And had the bodies osteoporosis. This presentation basically is a cross-sectional study accounting for about 280 pastoral households in the area of the disease of trypanosomiasis. The study as a grant is 280, a sample of that, 12 wards in Marsabit County in northern Kenya. People at risk and with an impact loss of 4 billion. That's the look of the sassafras. It covers nearly about 18.59 billion yearly. And the pastoralists basically are the most affected by the literacy and some aspect of poverty. Global and Kenya, as I said, that 7 countries are affected with about 4 billion loss and 3 of their production system, which relies on continuous livestock mobility to access water and pasture, and of course the climate that favors the thriving of the sassafras. The subject Mwaki and 2022, and the area is about 250 to 750 annual rainfall. The objective of this study was to quantify household and hard level factors, risk factors of trypanosomiasis related losses in Marsabit County. The sample is veterinary offices and also the household. They were systematically random sampling from village elderlies. Household that own at least one livestock speech, and also they resided in the study area for the last 1 year. These are some of the words that we used to get the data. The approval was given by the NACOSTI and of course the county government veterinary office. This is of voluntary with an assurance on confidentiality. These are some of the variables of measurement, the household level variables, the hard level variables, and also the county, the management level variables. We converted the animals into tropical livestock units, which were used in that formula. Number of, we use descriptive statistics, univariate statistics, and multivariable model, logistic regression. And the data was performed using the household age is about 48.1 with a mean household of 62, primary education about 62%, secondary 24, and tertiary around 12. And we could see that nearly 2 in 3 households lost livestock to private, and 4 in out of 5 households suffered milk losses. Basically, this is not a minor problem, it's really a livestock crisis. So affecting the animals so that now the household could go and get the help from the veterinary and the rest, the treatment. The pattern affected households was really becoming very prevalent, that it was an issue, and especially the households that were have camels has a higher odds of death loss with camel ownership. This is because they are highly susceptible to the protozoa. It seems that the household in these areas, sometimes they use less effective drugs, and the more which are a bit more effective, they use it, quinaparamine. Camels, the sheep of the desert, turn out to be the weakest link in the trafficker, makes them a perfect sassafras target. Age, education, experience, cattle ownership, and species diversity, vector control, they seem to have an effect in terms of disease prevalence. So, as I said, is the strongest independent risk with about 352% increased odds of disease losses. The odds by between 50 and 65%, and also found that larger households face more risk in terms of its hands has 8 times higher odds of losses than a camelless small household and small herd pastoralist. But with the training plus vet access plus treatment, they have the odds drop by around 90%. The disease causes the vet visits, not the other way around. And this we discover based on what we call reverse causation, whereby the prevalence.
Gabriel, you have 1 minute. Gabriel, 1 minute. Find out.
Thank you. The prevalence of the disease causes farmers to look for them. The trypanosomiasis affect many of conclusion. Trypanosomiasis affect 3 to 4 pastoralist households, and camel ownership is the strongest risk factor. Targeted intervention, especially for camel, can reduce mortality and safeguard livestock livelihoods in northern Kenya. In terms of recommendations, integrated vector and parasite management, subsidized veterinary services, and especially the drugs that are very effective. Surveillance systems, and we also recommend that future research based on longitudinal designs and pathological cost effectiveness studies would be more important for drug resistance mapping. Thank you so much.
Thank you so Gabriel, keeping time.
That alignment is the key for effective ICT implementation. What I'm saying that policy. So what are the major barriers identified? One is non-operational ICT policies. Some policies may be there, yes, but then some of them are well adhered to or they're not. Support and budgeting. Of course, we are struggling with finances. Number 3, insufficient digital infrastructure, computers, the bandwidth, electricity. Sometimes it's a challenge. And then the human capital governance. That's in terms of the human gaps. In terms of institutions also. And also insufficient technical support. Sometimes we lack these people. Of course, they require money to get the necessary support. So that's also there. So look at the challenges now. If the policy and infrastructure challenges, according to Rollman, is lack of operational ICT policies, weak top leadership, Chipere, clear policy is essential. Okona, policy ignores access used for curriculum redesign only. And then Oman is talk about no strategy, no training, no access to ICT policy. That cost remain a challenge. Poor investment is also a challenge. The computer ratio is also very low. So what we need adequate financing, negative attitude. Sometimes people think they are being forced to work, or lack of managerial support. Leadership comes from the top. So if the top does not really encourage also costs, and lack of technical expertise also is part of the problem or challenges. So So one other discussion here is that ICT implementation is a systematic institutional issue that will change. Then we look at also the infrastructure alone is also insufficient. It requires an ongoing maintenance. Also leadership is also critical in this. Top management must own the process. Then on implication recommendation is that we need to strengthen our policy, ICT framework, allocate around 10% of budget to ICT. On infrastructure, we need to invest in electricity, labs, cloud computing, capacity building. We need to train our staff and students, focus on pedagogy, not just the tools only. Also, we need to see how do we use those tools. Codable hardware, software. Then there's actual sustainability, adopt stakeholder centeredness, cost-effective models on how to use the technology. The conclusion of this is that alignment. I could use the one simultaneous, which means they work together, alignment of policy and infrastructure. Neither alone is sufficient. Number two, strong governance, committed load for this to work. And lastly, the stakeholder collaboration. The study provides a baseline for university managers to evaluate and improve ICT implementation through inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach that is there. Also, missing information due to availability and human error. Empirical testing. Empirical tests the relationship between policy types and implementation success. Also, we are under challenge of that. We can do research, compare ICT implementation across multiple universities. And you can also use another multiple methods. References, you can see them there. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Dr. Barrio. Thank you for a very informative presentation. We want to keep our questions up to the end. And I hope participants are writing down questions for every.
The study focused on 4 sub-counties of Kiaru, Gatanga, Kandara, and Maragua because they represent diverse agroecological zones, quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative data collected through household surveys using structured questionnaires, and qualitative through key informant interviews where extension personnel and the digital extension service providers were interviewed. Furthermore, I also source information from secondary sources like government reports, policy and research documents. Ethical clearance or consideration. Ethical approval was obtained from Mut Isaac, which is a body ensuring that there is ethical adherence, and also from NACOS, voluntary participation, anonymity, and confidentiality. On to the awareness level of these digital platforms. Mobile phone service emerged. Mobile phone service, government platforms, and digital TV or radio emerged as sources which are highly used by the farmers, perhaps because of they do not require more of technical expertise. We also add AI-supported platforms, online platforms, online portals, KIAMIS, that is Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System, and Kobo Toolkit registration. They recorded low awareness level, possibly due to their new emergence. On to the sources of information that have created awareness. After establishing the awareness level, it was important to know the sources from which farmers obtain this information. And the data revealed that social media use all the dominant source, that is at 83.4%, followed by peers, neighbors, or family. And from the finding, agricultural extension services reported 23.94%, which indicates a shift from conventional method of extension. The findings are supported by those of Chodari 2024, who also reported high usage of these social media services in the provision of extension service. Based on the awareness, based on internet access, mobile phone data bundles recorded the highest figure. Most farmers access the internet through purchased data bundles, with the Wi-Fi, cybercave, and shared hotspot recording the lowest usage. And the most commonly used was radio and digital TV, that constituted 84.92%, followed by mobile phone services and even the internet searches. And from these digital platforms, the kind of information that farmers did seek was crop-specific advice information like that on pest disease center, with the digital marketing platforms or e-commerce tools recording 21.39%. That means farmers inclined so much on crop-specific advice because it has a direct link to agricultural productivity, followed by information on access to farm inputs, which recorded 69.52%. Despite high awareness usage, it emerged that high internet cost was one of the major deterrents that hindered smallholder farmers when it comes to access and utilization of these digital extension services. Privacy when it comes to access and utilization. And the finding is consistent with that of Corbon, who also reported that high cost purchasing the device or use of this digital extension service was one of the limiting factors when it comes to access and utilization.
Okay, now you have 1 minute. Please wind up.
Okay, I'm just winding up. Agripreneurship model, artificial intelligence, and digital agricultural platforms like the use of social media, libraries, and even online forums were the key emerging trends when it comes to provision of digital extension service. Conclusion and recommendation, which are now coined directly from the findings. The data revealed that there was high level of awareness about digital extension service through subsidizing or remunerating the data packages, because from the finding it was obtained, or the data revealed that high internet cost was one of the major challenges hindering access utilization of these digital extension services. And also there should be a creation of hybrid models which combines conventional method of extension with a digital method of extension. This will ensure inclusivity and even reach more people. Lastly, I recommend extension of the study scope to other counties to enable comparative analysis. These are the selected references which I've used in this particular slide.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Keno, for that presentation. Allow me at this juncture to welcome Dr. Maureen to share
greed, gossip, laziness, and even arrogance. So we are looking at how can you integrate language, conflict resolution. And we are saying that if you can use this humor very well, it can serve as a mechanism of social control. You can use this humor to discourage the greets changa before greeting his children. So you are actually discouraging this behavior of alcoholism by using the humor, the humorous nature of that statement. It is actually ridiculing, like let's say, to be socially stable and even to be morally stable. You can use these humorous statements to actually bring what you call the social control. Like when you look at how greed is being ridiculed, you can look at the example that has been given. Omundu unalisanga inyama kata imbusi nishiri okwinjira hango. So this person eats meat before the goat even enters the compound. So that is, according to the Lesotho background of the speakers, this is a humorous utterance. And this utterance, it is, or this humorous statement, it publicly condemns irresponsible behavior while avoiding open hostility. Instead of just telling somebody objects of humorous ridicule. For instance, the less youth are mocked through the statement, bulano katatisuna siaro obusubiri bwabwe mumbakoyo ne sikaloka sinjia obuha ekisala shohu kasia. It says, even mosquitoes now trust your hope. It has become a decoration stick. You want to show how the young people are lazy, and you are using this humorous statement to promote self-reflection. You want these young people to reflect on their behaviors, to reflect and even to adapt or even to embrace the behavioral correction. But for you to be able to do that in a peaceful way, you can actually employ. So when you say even mosquitoes now trust your hope, it has become a decoration stick, which means you are condemning laziness. You are actually condemning some behaviors among the youth, but in a way that it is humorous, instead of bringing conflict and even bringing some chaos and even some confusion. You are actually promoting peace, or you are actually condemning some behaviors, but in a humorous way. Number 4, when you look at the humor, it strengthens communal values and cultural norms. The humorous discourse reinforces values such as hard work, family responsibility, patience, sharing, humility, and even respect. For instance, the family neglect is criticized through yamanya singohosi siosi neshanyiro kumanya abana bebeta. Like in Lesotho, you'll discover that we have got those men who run away from their families, and they also run away from their parental responsibilities, and even some women, they run away from their responsibilities. So for you to bring communal values, to bring back that unity, that peace, to bring back like let's say that togetherness, that harmony, and to ensure that these family members that are taking up their responsibilities without causing conflict, you can use actually humor. For example, when you say he knows all his chickens but cannot recognize his own children. So if you use that humor in the right context and in the right culture, you'll discover that this ironic comparison reminds parents of their responsibilities towards their children and family. Now, the new insight from that, I am winding up. Okay, thank you. A major contribution of the study is the demonstration that humor among the Lesotho functions as an indigenous discourse pragmatic system of conflict management, combining the following aspects: metaphor, irony, etc. And therefore, this reveals that humor is not merely entertainment, but a sophisticated communicative resource for peace building and social regulation in traditional African societies. Now, in conclusion and recommendations, the study concludes that humor is a culturally embedded discourse pragmatic strategy among the Lesotho, and they actually serve the functions such as conflict de-escalation, social correction, face preservation, etc. Education is both inferential and ethno-pragmatic, relying on shared cultural knowledge and symbolic meanings attached to objects such as bananas, horse, ugali, goats, etc. Now, the effectiveness of humor in conflict management depends on contextual factors such as timing, social relationships, cultural dependence, etc. Now, preserving indigenous humorous practices integrating them into cultural and educational programs, promoting their use in community mediation and peace-building initiatives, and conducting further research on humor and conflict management. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you, Joy Longono. That was a very good and wonderful presentation on the use of humor in traditional conflict and management in resourcing. It's quite, and it is well presented. Thank you so much. So let's now move on to
But now the crowds who are moving from so we can add you some 2 minutes because of the interruptions that we had.
Yeah.
So kindly now finish up.
So this CHP focus intervention should be reinforced in order to enable to educate caregivers on diarrhea prevention at the ground level. So Turkana County should also provide safe water sources like boreholes to reduce water-related diseases. You find in the entire Kebbi sub-county, you look for springs. That is the only source of the water you can get. A spring, a water pan, which are shared by the same human and the livestock. So there's an issue, and you find most of the water are saline. So is there a way they can reinforce in some of the salinity of these boreholes? Because now most of the people, they are borehole legs, people are they are aging more higher. So the provision of sanitation facilities, immunization outreaches to reach those areas and hygiene practice in order to curb this disease can be more important to this study. Lastly, suggestion for further studies. There's a suggestion of an approach called risk communication and community engagement. If this tool can be used because it's more active, it needs the people themselves to be active in participation and advocating for this household idea. Because now for them they are taking their children to the witchcrafts, to the healers.
Agri-weather information in the context of climate controls or climate change. Then to Mogeni finally here, Mogeni talked about, I'm interested in knowing about the population, the sample and sampling. If you go back to the study population, the sample and the sampling techniques that he used is something that is not adding up. Maybe he can take us back there to clarify. Then he talked about teaching resources can facilitate CBE. Then again, he said, teaching resources, the absence can affect implementation. Then along the way, he talked about, supervision and monitoring can facilitate. So which is which? I found it a bit contradicting. Are they the resources or the supervision and monitoring or both? Because when you look at the argument, actually, according to me, they should be both. Yes.
Thank you. So allow me now to open the floor without following any order for the responses. So if you are ready, you can unmute. Or
Yeah, I can respond. I'm ready.
Okay, so go ahead, Anne.
Thank you, Chair. You asked about the other African, we call them African traditional churches.
The best policies bring seven. I remember we did one for livestock, which was just lifted by Botswana. Botswana is now a country exporting meat even to European countries. And policy came from Kenya. So when we talk about the Asa regions, like now these are in Washington, in Asa area, we have Sydney and we have Garissa. And the upcoming one goes by the president that's here. So the issue raised by the CEO, the partnership. See, if a university will rise up and really take it seriously, linking with universities within maybe Israel, at least without bias. No, Europeans, many countries wish to see transparency, accountability, and the rest. So we have people, we have now members, they are out, the non-governmental organizations that are presented since yesterday. You see, there is a lot of knowledge, which when we sit and bring out a clear plan, maybe to Turkana University College, at least something can come out that can attract a serious partnership. Because most of it, when we don't utilize research, then we fail as institutions of Thailand. So at least these are challenges now for the university. There are 60 conferences, but this one has specifically addressed one aspect, that innovation, peace, and climate change, resilience within a national region in Kenya. So, you see it as the think tanks for the university. I think we can come out with something very powerful that somebody else somewhere can read. Can really read and say these are serious institutions. These are serious, and transforming an institution doesn't need big things. Those small things that we grow with. And I have one experience. There was a research.
If you cut trees anyhow, you will be judged during the day of judgment. And as a result of that, all Muslims are expected to adhere to the hadith so that they will not be judged harshly during the day of judgment. And look at the Quran. It teaches that human beings are a caliphate or a steward of God's creation.
So in simple terms, what we are saying is that they are supposed to take care of God's creation. That's why we are talking about mizani. When talking about mizan, that simply means balance. And as a result of that, Muslims are expected to moderate in the way they use the resources that God has given them. So when it comes on the how to contradict between Islamic contribution, must be on grazing and firewood. So when it comes on grazing, Muslims have no problem with the grazing because most of Muslims practice pastoralism. But the Andidi is against of grazing, meaning that they are supposed to keep a limited number of cattle, sheep, and many others. So when it comes on firewood, to the Muslim, it's normally referred to as sadaka. If you plant a tree and it will plant, and also human being can get fruits from those trees. So as a result of that, they are encouraged to practice moderation, and they are discouraged against fasanda, that is corruption. So by embracing of grazing, it simply means you are not being a good caliber of God's creation. And as a result of that, you will be accountable during the day of judgment. So on the other question is, to what extent can religious religious beliefs and practices enhance conservation? So when talking about religion is very important and influences the behaviors of the people. And by the virtue of these people getting the teachings from early age, that is 4 years onward, they are able now to learn the various teachings and deeds of Prophet Muhammad, which end up influencing their way they respond to the environmental conservation. And to the Muslim, when you
Yes.
are conserving the environment, it simply means that it is a religious duty.
Very well. Thank you very much, Moses. Enlightened today that in Islamic there is issues of environment infused in there. I don't know, members, if you have an additional question to Moses.
Chair, I just have a comment.
Yes.
Yes, Moses, your presentation was good. However, when we are presenting, we don't include the abstract.
Oh,
yeah, because we are all.
Madam Ruth, can you pick from there, please, due to time and link? Okay. You are limited. The file with you. Ruth. Madam Ruth. We can't hear you, or I'm the one who is lost. Tumepoteza network.
Tumepoteza power. Just hold on, members. We are almost there. And the acting chair acknowledges and appreciates your patience and humility.
Hello, Chair. Can I request to present?
Hello, Ruth. Please share your presentation slide as a file instead of that link that you provided.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was shared by the student that I'm presenting. So if it can't open, I think then we leave it. Although if you are, but now I
We
can't
can hear your
present.
voice.
Can you hear? Hello?
Presentation.
Yes, what I'm saying is I cannot, I don't have any other form presentation because that's what was sent.
Yes.
So unless you allow me to present without projecting.
Permission was granted long time ago.
Yes?
Permission provided and granted. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Yes, so we our work was on noble fabrication of noble construction materials from physiochemically treated black cotton soil with plant waste. The student who did the work is Stanley Kamade. There is also Dr. James Derito of TUK. There is also Dr. James Jogu of KU and Rose of KU. And what we realized is that a lot of black cotton soil, it is causing a lot of havoc, especially during construction. And even whether it is construction of roads or even of buildings. And especially when it comes to buildings, then we understand that the quality infrastructure is also a measure of development. So you don't want to construct a house today and tomorrow it is gone. And therefore, this study was designed to help use that black cotton soil that is thrown away during road construction and also during house construction, at least to see whether it can be of use. Remember, what happens is that even the people who are removing it, whether it is the road constructors or the house, they actually pay to dump it, unlike the red soil which is sold. And that is why the study concentrated on black cotton soil. And we also realized that there is a lot of plant waste. For example, the fruits. When we eat fruits, the peels, where do they go? And all those others, especially in the urban areas. And therefore, what we did is to come up with a method whereby we were able to react the black cotton soil or to mix the black cotton soil and the plant waste, and then mix them, and through some processes, we were able to come up with a substance which then we used to make bricks. It is unfortunate that the slide cannot show the bricks that we made, but they are there. And there are several things that were tested. We tested the concentration of metal oxides, and we also of the black cotton soil alone, and the black cotton soil, 80% of it and 20% plant waste. And that is the ratio that we used to make the fabrication of the bricks, or to make the bricks.
And those bricks, we tested their compressive test, and we realized it was good. We also tested their water absorbance, because if they absorb water, we know it will not work. Again, we tested, and they were not absorbing the water as a lot. They were not even, they were absorbing very little water. And we did curing for 21 days, and all the 21 days gave us the best results. And the compressive strength and water absorption were good. And what else? We also realized that they met the required standards using the Atterberg's limits. And so in our conclusion, we said that black cotton soil can be stabilized using plant waste. The plant waste we were using together, it was stabilized, and the clay minerals and high concentration of metal oxides were responsible for the behavior of the cotton soil. So we realized that we found several minerals, and they were in high concentrations. And we were able to construct blocks that were successfully fabricated from the stabilized cotton soil. And the fabricated blocks, they had superior qualities than machine cut blocks. Those of us who may have heard of the Darugo blocks, the ones that were fabricated in this study, they are of superior quality. And therefore, if we use them for the construction of buildings, we will have prevented the environment, because when we mine the stones for the blocks, then we usually leave a lot of havoc to those areas. One, with the water collection, the land cannot be used without using a lot of money. And therefore, from our study, we are recommending that the black cotton soil and plant waste be used to produce construction blocks. And when we talk of plant waste, we include even the food that will remain after cooking food, even if it is ugali or chapati and you are not taking, you can still use it to make that. So you can imagine there is that environmental cleaning. And yes, so that is what we are saying. And we are happy, and in our acknowledgement, there is God, there is Kenyatta University, and also Turkana University, and all of us for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe before I open the floor, just where you are, what is the difference between the block you made and our normal matafaris?
The normal maturufali. Our
Yes,
normal
matafari.
maturufali. Yes, our normal maturufali, they are prone to weather conditions, especially if it is raining, and those rains that are hitting those walls, they are eroded. Remember, these ones we are saying, they are even better than the Darugo, the machine cut Darugo blocks, because they are hard. And when we burnt that soil together with the plant waste, we got something that looked like sand. And actually, the other products we are in the process of making using the same soil.
Madam Ruth.
Yes.
I know very little chemistry, but allow me to ask. Is plant biomass a carbon sink, or does it introduce decomposition risk in soil structures?
Thank you. Yes, the food waste, or the plant waste, if we are calling all of them like that, remember they have carbon. And this is the food. What we do, we dry. If it is that food, we dry. If it is the ugali, we dry. And the peels, they are dried. Then they are mixed with the cotton, black cotton soil, and they are put in a furnace and they are burnt at very high temperatures. The resulting product is something that looks like sand. And actually, from that sand, there are also some metals we are planning to harvest from there.
Oh, very great. Then why combine this physiochemical treatment with the plant biomass, just instead of using a single stabilization method?
As the stabilization.
Why can't you just use a single stabilization method instead of physiochemical?
Physiochemical, yes, it's because there is a lot of chemistry behind it. Yes, there is a lot
No,
of chemistry
that chemistry. Ruth, before I allow others, you said that tukikula chapati ikabaki, it can be used. So how sustainable is this now that you are just depending on what we have eaten and remain? What if we finish everything? There's nothing we are throwing away.
No, we are using all plant waste, even the leaves that are falling from trees. When we trim our fences, when anything that when plants drop the dry leaves, anything that is plant-based, we are using it. And actually, when we exhaust that, we can also use plastics. Yes, we are in the process also of testing plastics, and those ones will clean the environment.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Gerito here. He'll answer some questions on your behalf. But members, Madam Ruth Wanjao is here on fabrication of construction materials from physiochemical treated black cotton soil with plants biomass. Any question, any reaction, any contribution? Members, Dr. Frank? Thank you very much, Madam Ruth. Congratulations. And we really appreciate and really humbled by having taken time and choosing Turkana University for this very innovative paper. How I wish it is expanded so that it is infused in our affordable housing materials and program. Thank you very much. Unless you have one word for us.
From me?
Yes, from you to us.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Mine is to congratulate you and the good work you are doing, and also to encourage us to be patent in our work. Like this one, it is in the pipeline, because if it works, you can imagine all the cotton soil that is causing havoc to the public. Then we will work. But either whether it is patented or not, actually we have started. And if you can see, by the way, we are even making towels. Yeah, using it and even
Thank you, and we wish you all the best, as we would wish to see this one in our affordable housing programs.
Thank you, and God bless us all. God bless Turkana University College. Thank you.
Chair, you
is to characterize bacteria that are able to degrade glyphosate and 2,4-D herbicides in soils that are obtained from coffee farms in Tharaka Nithi County in Kenya. The specific objectives are four. One is to determine the physical-chemical characteristics of soil, then to determine the bacterial population in the soil from selected coffee farms. Then there is to determine herbicide degrading bacteria for the two herbicides, and then to carry out biochemical and molecular characterization of isolated 2,4-D and glyphosate degraders. The significance of this study, number one, very key, is to reduce herbicide pollution in the environment, that is in the soil, in the water bodies, and also in groundwater. Number two is to help to protect natural ecosystems by preserving ecosystem services, for example, pollination, water purification, carbon sequestration, and others. Then also, this idea of trying to reduce pollution by herbicides demonstrates environmental stewardship and responsible land management. These are the structures of the two herbicides that I'm looking at. We have glyphosate is a systemic herbicide. I think the common names that you are likely to find in the market is Roundup, we have Widow, we have Kausha, Herbikill, but glyphosate is the active ingredient with that chemical formula. The mode of action, how does it work? There is an enzyme in plants that we call 5-enopyruvyl shikimate 3-phosphate synthase. That is EPSPS. This glyphosate inhibits this enzyme. The enzyme is involved in the production of, in the synthesis rather, of aromatic amino acids. Therefore, when it blocks that enzyme, then it means that the amino acids will not be produced, and therefore proteins will not be synthesized, and the plant, in this case the weed, will die in a matter of days. So that is the mode of action. The other herbicide is also, the structure is given there. It's a member of chlorophenoxy herbicides. Also a systemic meaning it acts through the entire part, the entire system of the plant or the weed in this case. How does it function? It works differently, slightly different from glyphosate in that it causes uncontrolled cell division and elongation. Therefore, the plant will have abnormal growth patterns, and this will, of course, cause a death in a matter of time. The microbial degradation, why microorganisms? Microorganisms is what we call biological control. We can avoid the herbicides and use microorganisms as a way of controlling pollution and the degradation of these herbicides in the environment. So we have various factors that affect these. Number one is the presence of plants or some animals like earthworms. We have soil moisture, temperature, pH, carbon source. So all these factors, that is why in one of the objectives that I'm looking at is the physical chemical characteristics of the soil, because these factors will affect the degradation by microorganisms. Then this is a simplified diagram of how the degradation process takes place. But if you look at it, we are beginning with the glyphosate and it is degraded completely. So that you see up at the bottom here, we have the TCA cycle, which is a known cycle in biochemistry and other processes, which gives energy. So meaning then that if we use these microorganisms and we degrade these herbicides residues, we can be able to convert them into useful products that can be used to make energy for the plant. This is the same case for the 2,4-D. It's a long process, but meaning that this product, when well degraded, it can be used by the plant for the production of energy. So this is what happens when we leave herbicides to accumulate or the fate of herbicides in the environment. There are those that are diluted by rainfall or irrigation water. There are those that will volatilize and are carried by wind currents in the atmosphere. There are those that are deposited on crop surfaces. There are those whose residues accumulate in the environment. We have all this. So it means then it is very key that we have a way of mitigating the harmful effects of these herbicides in the environment. This is continued. You can see the is applied. We have the arrows there, the different arrows showing the various processes that these herbicides follow. The environment, you can see they are leaching into, they are even going to fish, which is an untarget organism. And from fish, of course, it will now come to man and other higher animals. So we need to mitigate these effects. The methodology for this, we were doing the study in Tharaka County, where we sampled, so we collected soil, because our sample of choice was soil. You can see the soil being collected from a coffee farm, about 200 grams, and then it was wrapped in a polythene. So we looked at all that: temperature, pH, moisture content, nitrogen, phosphorus, all the way up to texture. This is basically what the methodology involves. Once the soils will grow, then once we got the microorganisms that were able to grow in general nutrient agar. So we had media, selective media including glyphosate and another media containing 2,4-D. Now gives the correct, the correct identity of the microorganisms. So this is, I think I've explained this: the determination, the isolation, the morphological and biochemical characterization. It is also indicated there. So we carried out some biochemical tests to identify the microorganisms. Then the molecular and other analysis. Then that analysis was done by using SPSS and others. Then these were the results. The results, you find that this is what in terms of physicochemical characteristics. So these ones are explained there. Then these are the populations that were found, the bacterial population per every sample. Total of 41 different colony forming units of bacteria were isolated. Then from there, we now move to the selected. The selected gave 7 strains out of the 41. These were able to grow on glyphosate and 2,4-D, and we are labeling them C1 up to WR2. These are the results. The characteristics were given because we are looking at characterization. So we characterize the bacteria. And these are some of the plates, Acinetobacter and others. The molecular characterization, again, genetic analysis. Maybe I can just give the summary. The summary that 7 distinct bacterial isolates were successfully recovered from the environmental samples. They were given the name, the code C1 up to WR2, and we were able to give, this is the bacteria that were able to identify. So C1 was Pseudomonas putida, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, all the way to that. So in conclusion, we were able to get those 7, and recommendation that is that these bacteria can be grown further and can be used, can be added onto the fertilizers that we use, can be added onto the herbicides, so that they are able to degrade the herbicides residues that we find in the environment. Then we can do further genetic studies and field applications for this. So thank you. Thank you.
To the end here, but before we let you go, it is important that we field some few questions to you.
Yes.
And I have one question to you, maybe 2 in 1.
Yes.
As to whether there were limitations, any limitations when you encountered, probably when you were doing the isolation and characterization of the bacteria population. And if there were limitations, how did you encounter that? How did you counter that?
Okay. The limitation was, there were limitations, yes. First of all, there was the limitation of resources, because if we had more resources, we would have covered a larger area. But now, because of the limited resources, we're able to cover a lesser area. And in terms of how you are able to overcome the resources is, the limitation is to to use the resources available.